lako, nashusha kwa neno lako, nashusha nyavu, nashusha nyavu, nashusha nyavu. Bwana nitasimama tena, hata nikilemewa, wewe utanishika tena, hata vita vinijie, Bwana utanipigania, watesi wajipange, Bwana utapigana nao. Nimetoa mwenzenu, nimetoa na mafuta nikapewa, nikapanda na mbegu nikapanda ila mvua ikunyesha. Tumefanya kazi ya kutosha usiku kucha na mkubwa, tumefanya kazi hata tusipate kitu. Bwana mkubwa, tumefanya kazi ya kutosha usiku kucha na mkubwa, tumefanya kazi hata tusipate kitu, lakini kwa neno lako shusha nyavu, nashusha nyavu, nashusha nyavu, nashusha nyavu, na kwa neno lako shusha nyavu, neno lako nashusha nyavu, kwa neno lako shusha nyavu, nashusha nyavu, nashusha nyavu, neno lako kwa neno lako shusha nyavu, kanitaronga, shusha nyavu, wanasema tena, kanitaronga, 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 shusha nyavu, nitachoka, shusha nyavu, nitakatatuma, shusha nyavu, wanasema shusha nyavu, kanitaronga, kanitaronga, kanitaronga. Kanitaronga, kanitaronga, kanitaronga.
Kitazama nilikotoka, hapa nilipo ninapokwenda, nagundua ingekuwa ni nguvu zangu ningeshachoka, nisingeweza. Sio kweli kwamba tukuhaso na kupambana na vimenitoa, shuhudi haizidi kudra, siwezi sema babu wa kujituma. Itwa ndugu lawama, mfano wa waliokwama, watu wasiye na maana, wa kuchekwa, kudharauliwa. Huwa na maguvu Bwana, ikipita wanaitana. Sangoja nami niwaite, niwape siri, kweli ni kwamba bila na kitu, bila Mungu mimi bebe tupu bila ya Mola, msidanganyike nje mnavyoniona. Sina msisi, sana ina mtetesi, tena yuagi, yendo siri bila ya michani na sukuti. Itwa ndugu lawama, mfano wa waliokwama, watu wasiye na maana, wakichekwa, kudharauliwa. Ila huwa na maguvu Bwana, leo ikipita wanaitana. Shangaza nami niwaite, niwape siri, kweli ni kwamba bila mimi Viva Mungu mimi pia. Sina. In the studios hapa mbio worship music. Tumekuja kumsifu Bwana. Baraka zishike kama chomba, sikuangukie, neema izidi kukuongoza, usiaibike, dunia ikikuchukua, kumbuka Yesu anaoishi, ukibilu, wacha kupigania, kama siwe Baba, ningekuwa wapi? Kama siwe Baba, nisingekuwa hapa leo. Ona niwe Baba, najua niwe Baba. Majaribu ni kwa muda, mwishowe utashinda. Hata unapolemewa, kumbuka ulikotoka. Bwana hatakuangusha, yeye ni mwamba imara. Ukijipata kwenye ndoa, yeye atakuokoa. Kama siwe Baba, ningekuwa wapi leo? Kama siwe Baba, nisingekuwa hapa leo. Ona niwe Baba. Ona niwe Baba. Ninguna kwikle, nasibu Bwana wate. Dale, kama mdale. Anatibu Bwana, atibu Bwana. Wema wake Mungu, wema wake uzidi
Naomba tuanze. Walikuwa wamehook out. Hai. Naomba tupate kuketi ndio tuendelee. Okay. Hello, Musamalia et al. Please, let's be seated. We need to be conscious of time. A wise man once said that greatness begins with mastery of time. So let's be people who master time well. Virginia, please release those members to be seated so that we begin. Because the membership out there is over 600 who are logged in. So we are officially a quorum. We are officially a quorum. I need the chair also, the vice chair here before we start reading off the notice. Please extend a hand to the person on your left and on your right. Get to introduce yourself. If you have no one seated on your left or on your right, this is a good opportunity to move to where there is company. To those who are logged in online, kindly just drop in a chat. Tell us where you're logged in from, how you're faring, whether you're getting us loud and clear. Dorcas, you did not shake anyone's hand. I'm very, very observant. Neither did Odhiambo. Nilisema yule ako kushoto kwako na kulia. Ama hauna mtu kulia kwako ama kushoto, sogea mpaka kwenye yule. Hakikisha kwamba una jirani. Vice Chair ameingia? Bado sasa hivi si wanatembea. These seats ahead are for you. Wadosi, viongozi, tafadhali tusongeeni hapa mbele. Aramite, kujeni huku mbele tafadhali. We don't want to stream empty chairs. Ensure there is no vacant seat ahead of you. Asante kwa kutii kwenu Madam, tafadhali sogea mbele.
Chair, we are reading the notice. Huko kwa kiti. Hayuko pia. Haya. Sawa. Chair anasema tusomeni notice. Hatusome.
Vice Chair, we are waiting for you so that we can commence the AGM.
Yes.
Those who are registering, please make it expedite that so that members are able to join us. Okay. Karibuni, we want to officially begin the AGM. Our sign language interpreters, kindly take your position. We will ride on the previous prayers. We've already committed the entire AGM to the Almighty. The program. Are you able to project? Where is Ricky? Project the program. We are supposed to start by reading the notice, and I'll request the secretary, the ONSEC, to come and read the notice of the 44th Annual General Meeting. Karibu.
Thank you. My fellow Wana-Anga Circle members, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. My name is Lilian Wanyere, the Honorary Secretary of Wana-Anga Circle. Allow me to read the notice of the 44th Annual General Meeting. Notice is hereby given that the 44th Annual General Meeting of Wana-Anga DT Savings and Credit Cooperative Society Limited will be held both physically at the Kenya Meteorological Department grounds and virtually on Friday, 27th March, 2026 at 9 a.m. Agenda 1, reading of the notice. Agenda number 2, adoption of the agenda. Number 3, confirmation of the minutes of the 43rd Annual General Meeting. 4, matters arising and adoption of the proposed amendments of the bylaws. Number 5, number 6, consideration and adoption of the chairman's report. 7, consideration and adoption of the supervisory committee's report. Number 8, consideration and adoption of the audited accounts of the year 2025. 9, consideration and adoption of the proposed payment of dividends, rebates on deposits and honoraria. Number 10, consideration and adoption of the budget of the year 2027. 11, appointment of auditors for the financial year 2026. 12, elections. A, 3 members of the board of directors. B, 1 supervisory committee member. 13, any other business. Signed by Lilian Wanyere, Honorary Secretary.
Thank you, ONSEC, for reading the notice. As is our custom, we cannot proceed unless this agenda is adopted. So we need a proposer and a seconder so that this agenda is adopted. Let me have a proposer, Odhiambo 1420 and Aduol. And those online, please, I had also seen someone online, but Peter Makomi. Yeah, but I hope you're noting that.
Thank you. The agenda is now adopted. We can move on to the next confirmation of the minutes for the 43rd AGM. And we shall be taken through. Before we look at minutes arising, let the minutes be projected. We run through them page by page.
Who is taking? Silwen.
These minutes were also shared with you, and I believe the feedback has been captured and will form part of the minute matters arising. Please project so that we may run through them very quickly, page by page. Oh, whatever is there, these screens are not speaking to each other. So there you are on the screen. It indicates the members who are present. 1 to 10, the officials, including Vincent, then the supervisory committee. Let's move on. Page 2. Take it, Ricky. It's moving on. Hey, now this other one is the one that's moving. Okay. Then the notice was read. Page 2 was adoption of the agenda. Let's just scroll through. We are just confirming that this is what was captured. Then we will handle matters arising. Move with me. Ricky, who's moving? Okay. Then this was followed by the chairman's report. 2020. Okay. Slowly. Page 3, something the chairman was to do. We will see that all these action points are in the matters arising that have been summarized in a matrix. So we shall get to that. So let's move on. Minute 5, all those action points. There was about something on SHA. Let's tuendelee. Then the supervisory committee report, which covered those areas. Let's move on. Some action points, again, they are summarized in the minutes. Consideration and adoption of the audited accounts, they were presented. We were asked to note. Minute 7, payment of dividends and honoraria and rebates. The chairman was to act. He shall tell us whether that happened. 8.0, consideration and adoption of the budget. It was presented. There was a question and it was responded to. Consideration of the auditors for the year. This is what was agreed on. Then there were elections of 3 board members and the supervisory committee to endelea. Board of directors, the results were as indicated. The supervisory committee, we had Mary Kurgat. Okay, to endelea. There was no other, there was any other business, 11.1, 11.2, and the meeting ended at 1:35. This is to be confirmed by the chair and the secretary. Can we confirm that these are the minutes before we go to matters arising? Can we confirm? Boosted Mukolwe, you confirm. Any omission? You are confirming. Boosted Mukolwe. Online, any seconder? Member number, sorry. Boosted Mukolwe member number? 1229. Seconder? Vio? 1987. Thank you. Having confirmed the minutes, let's now be taken through matters arising from that and the board's response, which the secretary shall take us through. Welcome, Onse.
Thank you. So these are the matters arising from the chairman's report. I believe this was uploaded on the website. I believe you saw it before. So issues raised. So issue number 1 was concern on delay in holding AGM and clarification on dividend payout. So the response on that, the board clarified that the deadline for holding AGM is 30th April 2025, that time. Hence, the AGM was held within the time frame on 25th April 2025. Issue number 2, explanation on no response on written complaints on dismissed staff and guarantors being deducted years later. So the response is that the board clarified that loan recoveries procedures are done as per the credit policy, and no members affected are notified through various communication channels available in the society. Currently, with the new system, this is addressed and recovery prompt and ticketing system in place. Issue number 3, clarification on SMS alerts on loan arrears. The response, this was clarified that the newly launched CBS has the capacity to send alerts to members on loan performance to enhance recovery and reduce the loan defaults. Issue number 4, explanation on why the normal instant loan product is not in existence. The board clarified that the product was suspended for further review and is undertaking credit policy review with the view of rebranding the product. The board has introduced Fahari loan as a better product. Issue number 4, request to convert Wana-Anga into a comprehensive medical cover for members since SHA is not serving members well. The response, the board clarified that the premiums being paid is only 200 Kenya shillings for principal member and cannot sustain a comprehensive medical cover. However, the SACCO has partnered with AAR for a comprehensive medical cover, and members are encouraged to take advantage. So issue number 6, explanation on plans stroke incentives that the SACCO has to retain members retiring from employment. The SACCO is undertaking aggressive marketing strategy as per the strategic plan 2024-2028. Issue number 7, clarification on SACCO investment at Cusco and whether to write off or give provision. The board clarified that the investments in Cusco was in terms of equity shares of 700,000, 17,176, and a provision was made in the financials, and a total write-off has been considered for the year 2025 as guided by SASRA. Issue number 8, request to increase age limits for EBF dependents. The EBF policy was reviewed to increase EBF dependent age limit from 22 to 25 years. Issue number 9, request for recorded AGM proceedings be shared with the members. The board clarified that AGM proceedings are available in Wana-Anga YouTube page and members can access anytime. Issue number 10, explanation on why Ushirika Day was not held in the year 2024 and if it would be held in the year 2025. The board clarified that Ushirika Day was not held in the year 2024 due to the Gen Z demonstrations in the country and was held in the year 2025. Thank you. Yes.
I think it is at this juncture that I now hand over to the chair to handle matters arising. Mwenyekiti.
Yes, thank you, the MC and the Honorable Secretary. This matrix was sent to all the members, but if there is any further clarification, there's an opportunity you have. If not, we go to the next agenda item because there are a number of loaded agendas. Yes, I can see boosted, please. As a mic.
Even as they prepare, that the Zoom link is full. Sorry, just come and some members are unable to log in. Just hold on, Chair, with your permission.
Okay.
I'm told the Zoom platform is full, but you can still stream in through.
Thank you. The clarification is that if you try logging into Zoom, it will automatically redirect you to YouTube. But we've also sent an SMS with a link to everyone, not to register, to view YouTube. That does not require registration. So the link sent right now, just click on it. It will take you directly to YouTube. And we have over 120 already on YouTube. So those who are not able to join, just click on the link. Or if you go to Zoom, it will automatically take you to YouTube. Thank you.
Yes, boosted, you have the mic.
Yeah. I wanted to raise an issue, a concern on matrix number 2, where it's talking about the loan payments and the sacked staff members. I think you only tackled the side of the loan repayment. The issue of this sacked staff, you didn't talk about it, and some of us are very worried that we don't know whether that money got lost, or because some of the information that we have also is not very good, that it is them who even sued us that we unlawfully sacked them. So I wish that it could be clear so that we are clear on the direction we're taking.
Yeah, thank you, boosted, for that question. Is the issue of the sacked staff, the 3 of them, and the concern about their owns. I want to say this, that we took this staff to court, recover our loans. The due process of the law takes a lot of time. So the proceedings is still going on, and we hope that finally Wana-Anga will recover that money. So it is a legal matter, and we cannot discuss so much when the matter is in court. As you said correctly, one of the staff had taken us to court for wrongful dismissal. You can imagine in this country, you can do somebody wrong and then anakupeleka kotini. And we were also defending the position. So we were taken to court, and we also took them to court. And that matter is still going on. Thank you. Any other clarification? I see none. Online, is there anything on online? I see none. So we move to the next agenda item.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman. We are making very good progress. We now move on to the next agenda, which is consideration and adoption of the amendments of the bylaws. The chair will take us through this. There is a summary, isn't it? There's a summary on the proposed amendments. Chair, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you. Again, we sent this template to all of you through the link. I'm sure you have gone through it. These bylaws, we are required regularly to update our bylaws, depending on the legal framework which is has occurred in the country, depending on how the authority has also guided us through the various guidelines, even for the Ministry of Cooperative. And therefore, our last bylaw, we did it in 2019. And now we are in 2026. Therefore, this table that you are seeing here indicates the areas that we think needs to be amended. So you see the first column talk about the bylaw number, the current state, and then the proposed as the third column, and then the justification. Some of them are very minor, like when you talk about the registered office, okay, and so on and so forth. When you talk about the mission and vision, you can scroll. Just scroll, because they had it. The chairs. So you can see that there you have. My screen is a bit small, but I hope it's that one. Yes. So you're talking about the chairs, and I don't think. Yes. Oh, it's bigger now. Or let me go back. Yes. So you can see that the current was reading that every primary member shall hold at least 1,250 shares of Kenya shillings 20 each, or any amount as shall be fixed by the general meeting. However, no member shall hold more than 1/5 of the total shares of the society. And the proposed is that every primary member shall hold at least 250 shares of Kenya shillings 20 each of any amount as shall be fixed by the general meeting. However, no member shall hold more than 1/5 of the total shares of the society. This is a major shift, because you can see we have lowered this from 1,250 to 250 shares, and we have good reasons, because the 1,250 translated to 25,000 share capital. You remember that was the minimum, for you to be called a member and enjoy the benefits of a membership. So now, what we have seen is that the current generation, the Gen Zs, are having very major challenges. And you have already attained the various ratios that we require. And when we benchmarked with many circles, we realized that they have actually come down. And this will help us get more members. It will help us, even those who have more than 25, they can be able to trade them. We have a platform of share trading. So we are lowering this from 25,000 to 5,000. That is the implication. And that would mean that if you have got 25 and above, as currently it is, we have a share trading platform. You can place your shares in the market, but you cannot sell more than 20, because the minimum is 25. So we are lowering. This will attract more members, to attract more investment, to attract newer generation, which we have seen that the trade is where they are. So members, this is a major one. This is what you need to adopt, because this is what we have proposed on the floor. I've taken a lot of time on this one because this is one of the major shifts that we have done, and we have justification. Remember, the share capital is not refundable to you. as the law starts now. It can only be transferred to another member. You can sell to another member. You can transfer to your relative, be it be the wife or the spouse or the children or any other member that you may choose. This is the capital that is already retained in a circle. And therefore, some members have also been complaining, this money is just tied there, I cannot do much with it. So when we lower the bar, it is even becomes more flexible and more appetizing the membership. We have done all the due diligence, and this will not affect our liquidity and the SASRA ratios. So that one we are assuring you. So ladies and gentlemen, that is the submission. I'll go to the others so that if there will be any question at the end, you will be able to raise it. Core values, those ones we had here. You can see now the enhancement. It's not anything major. Just move, scroll faster. Objectives, again, there isn't much. Something has been deleted or moved to the relevant points of the bylaws. By the way, you have also a copy of the bylaws with you within the document that was sent. Dormant members, we only added a word that, you see, when you are a dormant member, it means you are not contributing your monthly, what we call share deposits. And if you become dormant, there are some privileges that you can be denied. Okay? And we were guided, and when we benchmarked, there are some people who may become dormant because of extraneous factors. Maybe you are sick. Maybe you have been sacked suddenly. Okay? Maybe something, an epidemic has already occurred, like the way we had COVID. You know, so we added the word without a valid reason, so that we can also take care of those factors which are beyond us. So that's the only word that we added. On the suspension and the expulsion, some areas were deleted. Just move on. Payment of cessation of membership, and again, not major shift from what we have. Move on. Power to borrow, we haven't changed much. It's more or less what we had, but we are aligned. You realize that SASLA has got guidelines. And if your bylaws are not conforming to SASLA guidelines, then you are supposed to change your bylaws to be within what SASLA is guiding. And that's a requirement, and you've got no choice. So we only aligned with the regulations and the Cooperative Society Act. Move on. That was 13.7. 14, these are the products. And we removed these products from the main bylaw. We were told they are not supposed to be in the bylaw, but have them, mention them in the bylaw, but have their policies separately. That also goes to the credit policy, which the whole of that was moved to their respective policies. Board meetings, again, there's a lot of guidelines from SASLA. How many times the board are supposed to be meeting, the compensation policy, and so on. And therefore, we had to align with the SASLA guidelines. And when you read the new cross, for instance, you can see it says, the board shall meet as regularly as demand in a circle business may require, provided that the board shall not meet more than 15 times in a financial year, and not more than 2 months shall lapse between the date of the meeting and the date of the next meeting, excluding the board meeting. So SASLA has already guided what you are supposed to be doing. And therefore, the previous bylaw, we are not captured as per the SASLA, and therefore we are aligned to the same. Move on. Kimbia. So reports of the supervisory, again, we also aligned with the SASLA guidelines. You You read them the way we had put them. So those ones is a must. The way SASRA has said, you have just copied and pasted as per the guidelines. So you are aware that here we have got Wana-Anga is one of the circle that actually pioneered this issue of the fixed depositors, and therefore we had a clause that we inserted there, which also we complied with the SASRA guidelines. Of course, we also have inactive current accounts. We are also guided by other regulations, including UFA, because when you have got resources for a member who is dormant for the last 5 years, that money is even supposed to be taken to UFA. And therefore, we actually did a clause to comply with the industry standards on the classification of inactive current accounts being mapped after 12 months. So, capital adequacy, nothing much. Procedure of suspension, move on. Nothing major there. Conduct of the general meetings. Again, we added as per the authority guidelines. So we are only complying with the SASRA regulations. Move on. Eligibility for membership to the board. Again, here we added as per the SASRA. Remember, you can see like number 2 have at least one of the person being knowledge of the qualification in the account. This is in terms of the supervisory. So this clause was not there previously, and therefore we added as per the SASRA guidelines. So again, the issue of the board compensation, I had already mentioned it. It is again a SASRA requirement that that clause should appear, that the society shall develop and implement a board compensation policy, clearly detailing the rates of the compensation of all allowances payable to the members of the board, taking into consideration the economic and the financial condition of the circle, which policy or amendments thereto shall be approved by the general meeting of the society. And therefore, this clause must also appear as per the SASRA guidelines. And they also say that SASRA has got the authority to veto that policy. If the economic conditions change, they can tell you these rates are not sustainable, muende chini. And if you grow, they can also allow you to. So we cannot now do things right and left. We are totally regulated. Okay? As a DT is a must. Removal of members of the supervisory committee. Again, it was not there before. How a member of the supervisor can be removed, and it was added as per the authority guided. You can read it, just and you got no choice. We have to put it there anyway. And then removal from office of the chief CEO. There is a procedure how you can remove the CEO. You cannot just wake up and sack the CEO and you say, hallelujah, we move on. No. SASRA has already given the guidelines. Even if when you appoint a CEO, SASRA must also approve. Kwa pamoja. Sio tuketi tu hapa alafu treasurer anasema wacha lete ile kijana akuwe nini CEO. Hakuna. I'm just giving you as an example. But I want to show you the seriousness of the matter. The business is completely controlled by the regulator. Simesikia hata compensation hawa. Hawezi keti hapa waseme chairman nilipe pesa hii. Bana. The compensation policy is already guided. So move on. Data protection. Again, this is a requirement. We got the Data Protection Act 2019. You know what you're supposed to be doing. You must consent. And even when you are launching the core banking, you allow me to digress. You are told you are not going to be onboarded automatically. You must sign a form where you are going to consent. Okay, such that if you make a mistake and you expose your PIN and then you lose money, you not come lashing here saying that it is Wana-Anga or it's core bank. You know, by the way, you have core bank here because we have got partnership, a lot of partnership with them, include the ATM, and therefore we have progressively moving forward. So data protection is a key area. If you're a data processor and so on and so forth, as we already registered as a data processor and also data what? Yes. So even you yourself, when you put a camera in your house or in your compound, there are some things that you need to expose and tell them whoever comes to your house that this house is covered by CCTV. Eh? And there are procedures of how you are able to share those. Even when you take photos here and you just throw them anywhere without the consent of that person, just know that this act, it is so serious and you must all read it for yourself. So that's the data protection. Again, we took it as added by the authority. Move on. Imeisha. Very good. So ladies and gentlemen, your board and the staff have worked on this to ensure that we are within the law that exists and therefore keeping reviewing our barrows, and you always need to bring it to you so that we adopt it as we move forward. You heard the director cooperative says that there is a new SACCO Act which is coming. There is a new cooperative act, is it a bill, which is also coming. So when they come on board, will not have much choice. You know, when they are in parliament, those amendments will also have to reflect them in future in our bylaws. So if there's anybody with any comments, I think it's a high time. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Big hand for our chair. Yeah, we'll invite reactions and input before we propose and second the adoption of these amendments. As the chair has said, this is to align with our regulator and the requirements, and also to move with the times. So there are several concerns here. The screen is not visible. Ricky, I hope you have addressed that. What is the cost per share if a member wants to trade shares? Chairman, note that question. Then the other one is, apart from online meetings and visiting outstations, how is the board planning to market the SACCO out there to other areas like Juakali and business community? From the room, any on the amendments, proposed amendments? Uko, tuko sawa? Mike kwa huko.
Chair, concerning the amendments of the shares, because we know that dividends also is pegged on the share capital. Let's say now, because we have reduced the shares to 200 and 250, does it mean that our dividend there will be a reflection on our dividend, an increase or a decrease? Yeah, because we normally encourage members to boost the share capital, but now we have reduced the shares. So I would like that one to be.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, members who are online and those who are present. If I can start with what Robert has just asked. You see, the key word is minimum. People have got even millions of share capital here. So we are only bringing on board those who are still struggling, the Gen Zs and the rights. This does not to reduce your share capital. In fact, if I were you, I would buy more because this circle has never given dividends below 15% over the years. And this is where people don't understand. There's a difference between dividends and rebates. So we have never given dividends below 15%. So therefore, it is not going to change. In fact, the more you have, the more you get. You can imagine if you've got $1 million, 16% of that is how much? Is it 160,000? Yes. The next question was the cost per share. This is when you are trading, isn't it? If you decide to float your shares, first of all, you need to declare how much you want to sell your shares. Si ni soko? And kama watu wengi wako kwa soko, si yule customer anaangalia anaona Othis ayake anauza hivi, yule mwingine Nancy anauza namna hii, ama Masai anauza namna hii. Okay? So you need to, if you want to sell it faster, perhaps you need to lower, because if it is, for instance, you have got 25, na unasema I've floated my shares, all of them at 24,000, maybe somebody will be interested. Others will keep it at 25, others may go whichever figure, but because of that trading, the circle will be left with something small, and that small something is the 500, okay? Because of the platform and the likes, so that there is staff and all that kind of transactions. Only 500 bob out of that.
There was a question on how we intend to market.
Yes, the marketing of the circle to the various sectors, including the informal, Juakari, and rights. What we have been proposing, digital marketing now is the way to go. And we even wanted to start here at KMD because we wanted to have a screen placed here at the IMTL and also at the headquarters and also at the gate. Okay? Having digital information about Wana-Anga products and services that whoever visits in this compound can be able to join immediately. We wanted to extend this to the various stations that we have in the counties. Again, digitally, we are able to reach those members. For the others who are within, the country at the various points, we had also proposed, because we have our members. The members who are outside there are supposed to be our champions. If you talk of, for instance, somebody in Kakamega, I don't know, or Kisumu, and the various countries, because we are all represented in all the counties, we really wanted to also to develop the champions there, and they should be able to reach our people there and have them being brought on board. So this is an ongoing exercise, and we also need the feedback from you, how we can also be able to reach that person who is just next to you, be it be a formal or in an informal sector. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. You've also answered, there was a question on regional representation from counties, but I guess you've already, unless you have something else to add before we bring on board the online viewers who have raised their hands. Do you want to add anything to that? The Chair has addressed that question. I can't remember who asked it, on how we can get representation in the counties. We have Linus Eric Kiprotich, who has raised his hand. We will allow you to talk. Linus? You're muted, Linus. Sorry? Okay, let's hear George Mwangi. Unmute.
Me. Hello. Am I clear? My concern was on the share capital changes that you are about to make. Nasikika kweli?
Very clear.
Okay. My comments were on the share capital, and I have a concern because the management is proposing to reduce the share capital. And the possible scenarios is that when you reduce the share capital from 25,000 to around 5,000, even if you pay a dividend rate of 10%, the members will still get less than they are getting right now, where you are paying around 4%, 5%.
There's too much echo from your end. One of the devices.
Am I clear now? Is it clear? I was saying that my concern is with the share capital, the changes in share capital. And I see a scenario whereby if you reduce the share capital from 25,000 to 5,000, even if you pay us dividends with a 10% rate, the members are going to get less than they are getting right now. And of course, the SACCO is going to report that they are paying high dividend rates of around 10%, but in reality, the members are getting less than they've been getting in the years before. So for me, I'm really concerned, why is the SACCO going this direction of reducing the share capital? I think it's going to be at the expense of the members. And
I think we hear you. The chair will respond to that. He's taken note. Let's take one more. There was another hand. Linus, sorry. Linus, you've dropped your hand. So I guess we can take ndio tumalize. Anything on the chat? Anything else on the chat? So I think the only area that is raising some concern is the shares. So Chair, just spend a minute or two on clarifying why this and what it impacts on the membership.
Yeah, thank you, Mwangi, for your concern. In fact, this concern was also raised by Auko, and I give an explanation that we are only talking about, we are not lowering the share capital that you have. We are only saying for the new entrant who are coming in, the Gen Zs, when they hear that kuna 25,000 that you must attain before you even get a loan, before you become a full member, even attending the AGM, we have looked at the market and we have also benchmarked with other circles. The trade is that once you have attained the ratios which are mandatory by the authority, that is SASRA, then you have got no issue in lowering your minimum. And I use a word, again, the word is minimum. In fact, for those of us who are already having even in hundreds of thousands, the trade should be actually to add. But let us not stop these youngsters who want to join to us, na hata hukaa sana before you build these share capitals, and you are also targeting the informal sector. You can imagine some of them are selling maize or whatever they are doing. We are saying, let us bring them on board. You are aware that the formal sector, watu wa payslip, mmekuwa wachache sana. We are only retiring, but the government is not replacing. So are you going to go into the members? You must go to those, our sons and daughters. Okay? And that will not lower our dividends. Okay? Will not have any impact on the ratios that the regulator is requiring us. In fact, will only grow. And we are also going to diversify our membership. And that is the way to go. It was seen in our strategic plan that we launched in 2024. and therefore we are implementing these things incrementally. I thank you.
Thank you, Chair, for that comprehensive response. I propose that we take in the last batch of questions. One is a concern. Somebody is saying that the documents be resent to the members. Some people seem not to have received them. Then the second is there is a need for clarity on this. Member who has failed to contribute share deposits without a valid reason for 6 consecutive months shall be treated as a dormant member. A question on this is, will such a member participate in the society meetings? Will he be or she be entitled to any loans? May they lose all or some rights of a member or be entitled to rebates? I think that clause is what this member is seeking clarification on. The other one is on selling of shares. The member is proposing that the circuit to come up with a rate to sell rather than every member coming up with their own rate. Then the other one is all these conditions, please clarify on who makes the decision. For instance, on whether a dormant member is entitled to rebates or not. And the final question is, what is the compensation for members who become victims of digital fraud? Chair.
Yes, I hope I remember all of them. But let me come back on the issue of the dormant member. You see, the law is very clear that when you become dormant, you lose the rights of being a member. The only thing that is left for you is to receive the rebates and the dividends. It means that we can even stop you from coming to this AGM or even enjoying the lunch that we are going to give maybe after this. Rights of even getting a loan. So, and this law is not for us. Actually, it's with the authority. That is why, if you notice, we've been sending messages, those dormant members, reminding you that you have noticed that you have become dormant. Please activate your account so that you become eligible to the rights of a member. So it is very important that if you become dormant, you activate your account. One of the options, even if you have maybe fallen out of the employment or income, like now we are going to declare dividends and rebates. One of the choices that you can do is also to activate your account is to tell the CEO, okay, recoup back my dividends and the rebates, my contribution. That's one way. Okay, it may not be the full amount, but you can have. Remember, our monthly contribution minimum ni gapi? Ni 1,000. So if you have stayed for 6 months, you require only 6 months, 6,000 to activate your account. So I think that's a requirement from the regulator, and we must ensure that it is implemented. Rate of selling. If someone is proposing that can the SACCO be selling on behalf? You see, in Isoko, what we have done is that Wana-Anga has provided a platform like NSE. Si ni kweli? Yes, unapeleka share zako kwa soko. That's what they normally do. If you go to Nairobi Stock Exchange, that is what they do. And that is exactly what we have done here. We have got a platform, very friendly platform. So why would you again want the CEO to be deciding for you utauza? And once you press it there, actually you automatically receive even message that so and so have proposed to buy your share. And I think that's the most democratic way of going about it. So we don't want to go back to the previous old system when actually you have digitized the whole process. What was the other question? Or have I answered all of them?
Yes, the other question was on who decides. And I guess I can help you with this, Chair.
Yes.
Because the AGM is the supreme decision-making organ. Once these bylaws are passed, they become the law. And that is why we are here. So that is, will be our governing document. Who protects? There was the other one on fraud. How is the member protected on fraud in the event that there is a fraudulent activity? I think it also depends on who is at fault here.
Yes, let me address it from this side, because fraud can occur. A member can do a fraud in the circle. You, wewe mwenyewe. Yeah? It can also happen from the staff can also do a fraud. The board can also do fraud. Si ni kweli? So if you start from the board is indemnified. That is why these board members, one of the eligibility criteria is that you must fill what we call indemnity form. And that is from the regulator and also the commissioner's office. And you have placed that indemnity as 1 million. So in case one of us mess around, that takes care of that area. Of course, if it comes to the entrusted theft by servant, for instance, like the way we had last time, and somebody asked that question again, there are legal processes that you must handle when you are sacking the staff, when you are tracking them, and so on and so forth. And of course, one way is, of course, to sack or suspend, depending on the severity of the fraud. When it comes now to the member themselves, you know, you can even bring a payslip. We have seen things, mtu anaenda ana manufacture payslip kule, kumbe hapa chini ilikuwa ni shilingi 5, lakini anaikarabati, unaona iko na 100,000. That's already a fraud. Once we get hold of you, of course, you'll have cheated the guarantors. You'll have gotten the loan based on the same payslip. And if you are informal, you can also karabati maybe a bank statement. You also lose the privileges of member. And you can actually, the AGM can actually expel you. The board can only suspend. When we come to the AGM ratify for expulsion of a member. And that also goes to even the board and all the others. So for us, is to ensure that our systems are foolproof, like what we talked about, the core banking, and ensure that all the processes within the circle due diligence are done, so that we ensure that there's no fraud even. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. These amendments are for our good, and I believe that all our concerns have been addressed. So, Chair, I propose that we move the adoption of the amendments.
Can we have the proposer for those amendments? Yes, Oko. Member number 1731. Do we have anybody
Who
online?
proposes? Anyone online proposing the adoption of these amendments? Who? Membership number? Yamini. Just read one. 1454. No, this one is just commending the panelists. Sorry? As 25? 2529 has seconded. So let's appreciate what we've been through. Asanteni sana for that. Let's now move to the next, but Chair, to allow you a minute to take some water, the CEO had requested for a slot to introduce his staff, and probably you will also introduce your board before now you read your report. Karibu, CEO.
Thank you once more for giving me the opportunity to introduce my staffs. And They are scattered all over. Can you all people stand? Who has got the mobile microphone? Please walk around and all of you stand up. The staff members. Wakuja hapa mbele, please. Hello, all members of staff, come in. While they are coming up to the front, I would like to inform you that when we started our strategic plan, when we launched our strategic plan on 2024, all progresses going on right now are because of the people who you are seeing in front of you. 2025, we launched core banking, and now again we are launching m-banking. It's because of the staff members you are seeing in front of you. Therefore, what's got the microphone? Members sometimes they do call me that they see I talked to one of your staff. I told him to do this, but I cannot remember his name. I'm also getting tongue-tied to follow that. I don't know the person. Therefore, I would start from the other side.
I have the mic. So
You have the mic. Can you introduce the first person who is in the other side on my left?
God is good all the time. I'm Joseph Kenywa, credit assistant.
Our intern, just talk.
Good morning.
Then
I'm Esther Mudoni, an intern. Good morning. I'm Esther Mudoni, an intern. Praise
next.
God.
Amen.
Praise God again.
Amen.
My name is Tora Eliza, credit officer.
Good morning, everyone. My name's Anne Moasia, the office assistant, Wana-Anga Sacco, the Rising Star.
Thank you.
Good morning, all.
Good morning.
I'm Elizabeth Moeni, accounts assistant in finance department.
Yeah, thank you.
I'm Virginia Motahi. I'm in marketing and procurement.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Roslyn Muga, cashier in the finance.
Karibu.
Good morning, all. Our name is Brian Mwaura, ICT assistant.
Karibu.
Good morning. My name is Vincent Makaya. Good morning. My name is Vincent Makaya.
Thank you, Mr. Makaya.
Good morning, members. God is good all the time. My name is Dennis Nyakwada, in charge of the finance.
Thank you, Dennis.
Yes, good morning, members. Morning. I'm Samuel Maina, a credit manager.
Karibu.
Good morning, members. My name is Winfred B., the manager audit.
Asante.
yeah, good morning. My name is Rota Reki. I'm the ICT manager.
For all the successes that we are seeing now, it is because of the stuff you are seeing in front. And should you be having any problems, not necessarily CEO, then it's also acting as my deputy. In case I'm not there, I think he'll handle everything just like I could. I know some people do not are never contented unless he talks to the CEO or he talks to a certain person specifically. That is not the case. All of us are working as a team. So next time when you come to the office, please seek assistance and they will be assisted as required. Thank you very much. Please do go back to your seats.
Thank you. I now hand over to the chair who will carry on from here.
Sorry.
Yes, God is good and all the time, and that is his nature. Yes, as the tradition has already been set, I also want to introduce the board of directors of this circle. And thank you, CEO, for the good job that you are doing the staff. You know, these are the guys who are running the show. Sisi tunakujaga only when tumeitishwa. Si umesikia hata kwa bylaws tumeambiwa hata how many times you are supposed to meet. So unless we are not meeting, we are not in this office. These are the guys that runs the show. CEO and his team, they are the ones who are employed by Wana-Anga. For us, sisi ni kwa muda. And we are guided by what we call mwongozo. Mwongozo outlines what boards do countrywide. Okay, so when you come on this side, utaelewa hiyo sheria iko namna gani. So, of course, I'll start with myself. I'm Charles Gonjiri. I'm the current chair of the board. And I have my vice chair, Peter Olo. You know him. I have my treasurer, who is also the current acting director general of Kenya Meteorological Authority. So thank you, Edward. I have the honorary secretary, is a lady, Lilian Wanyere. You can see that we are breading our agenda to this. So that compose the executive. These are the signatories. If there are checks which are to be signed, it is this. They carry also the highest responsibility. So they must also be people of good standing. Now I have the committees. I'll start with the credit because that's the one that you always interact with. Hey, I can see Dego is there. Dego, how are you? Yes. We always recognize Dego because he was the first person in his history of Wana-Anga to take a front office. Alikuwa front office number 1. So, yes, that's Dego. We have the chair of the credit. That's Magdalene Terry. We have the secretary. That's Claudius Ogudu. And we have member JT Moirore. Yes. I'll go to the supervisory because they are also very, very important. We have our chair of the supervisory, Mr. John Guyo. The secretary is a lady. So Mary Kurgat. And we have a member who is Henry Sese. I'll go to the HR committee. Of course, you know the work of the supervisory, isn't it? Yes, they are the watchdog of the circle to ensure that the board is also running the circle as provided for in the law. We have got a committee called the HR and education. So when you talk about education for both members and the staff and even the board, they're in charge of this. And of course, they are led by the vice chair. We already introduced him. And your secretary is Sheila Matheka. You know her. And then we have got a member, the youngest, I think, on the board is Vincent Book. You brought him last year. So you can see we are also breeding with the age. And he's the one who is bringing these ideas of bringing the Gen Zs. So those proposals that you brought on board, you can see good ideas are coming on. So we have another committee, which is called Finance. And it's led by the treasurer, whom you have already introduced. And then we have got the secretary. The secretary Magdalene, we have also introduced her. And then we have the member who is Claudius. We have got the audit committee chaired by J.T. Moirole. We have got the secretary. Kwapi? Yes, again, Vincent is the secretary. And then we have the member who is again Shaila. I hope I have not left. That audit committee, again, is a requirement by SASRA that you must have an audit committee within the board. Okay? So beside what the supervisory are doing, also, they work with the internal audit. And it has come also to be a law that our audited accounts must also be signed by the internal auditor. So can you just raise your hand? Because this is also a very important person, Winfred B. Again, as an internal auditor, it has become a requirement. It has also become a requirement that also our audited account must also be signed by the CFO. That is the finance officer. Just start up the CEO again. That is Dennis Nyakwanda. So there are so many things which are being introduced by SASRA. Okay, and as the director was speaking, she also said that you must submit your books to SASRA before 15th of March. So you have to kimbie because you know the AGM will be, and you will not call the AGM until they have approved the accounts. Things are getting tight, but it's for the good of the members. Okay. So those are things that regulations and rules which are coming on board. And therefore, thank you, my board members. They have been a very good team, I would say. And therefore, even having your books being approved by SASRA is not a mean achievement, I would say so. So, ladies and gentlemen, invited guests, good morning. And I want to begin by thanking God for giving us this opportunity. I know we had invited several guests, and even Cusco is around. Can you raise your hand again? Yes, she's here. Why I'm insisting on this is because you'll notice that we were told to provide for some savings on Cusco. You know what happened to Cusco, and therefore some of the things which are lowering your dividends is because what we had invested there had also to be provided for, just like a loss as we wait for them to come. We know that they are coming very strongly. We have even heard that they have even started giving back to some of the societies. And therefore, when you provide and it's brought, it will also be recruited back to you. So you'll notice that our growth of the membership has been a bit modest, and mainly because, as I said, we started as a formal sector in the Ministry of Transport and the KMD, and you know what the government is doing. There isn't much employment. You know how our children are. So we started at 3,363 previously, but now we are at 3,414. However, as had been mentioned, quite a number of members are becoming dormant. You see, when you retire, that does not mean that you stop contributing. Okay, you may have the 25,000 and you have the share deposit, lakini hata kama uko nyumbani, you need also to, and we have got our pay bill. Nowadays, you don't need to, and you have launched the mobile banking. So there's no good reason. I'm sure some of even these retirees have got better income than even the ones who are already in the service. Sini kweli? Because for them, they are not subjected to all these houses, all the levies and what have you. So please activate your membership so that this dormancy becomes smaller. So as I said, and you have already passed it in bylaws, to encourage our young people and for the growth of the society, we had actually, as a strategy, proposed that we review this minimum share capital from 25 to 5,000. And I want to insist again, that does not mean that you lower your share capital. In any case, you are supposed to increase. Okay? It is only for those that we are trying to attract back and the young generations that we are providing this cross for. I can see that question coming again and again and again. And you don't have to sell. The platform is there if there's need. Okay? But you should aim for more growth. We have actually attained the various ratios as provided by the SACCO, by the authority, the capital adequacy, and you realize that one of the things, and the SASRA has said, is that you cannot give dividends or the rebates if you have not attained those ratios. One of the ratio is what we call the ICA, institutional capital. And for the first time in history, we have attained this ratio of 8%. Sumjipikie makofi. And if you don't attain this, they will tell you that money which was supposed to go to dividends and the rebates, you capitalize it for the institutional capital. And therefore, this was a big milestone. And therefore, we are not under any threat from our regulator in terms of being denied some of these services. One of the key area which actually is a growing concern is the issue of the loan delinquency, loan default. I know people are having economic hardship. There are those things that were introduced, like the housing levy, the shares and the rights, which actually went into eating into the net income of members, particularly those who are in the formal sector. Their payslip has shrunk. However, we must, because once we get a loan, whichever way, we must pay back. So this is the elephant in house. Now, indeed, we are declaring war on this area. I know we have engaged the debt collectors. We have even taken some people to court. It is not that we want to do this, but it is simply because money given must be brought back so that members can be able to enjoy the services that has been provided for. So I want you to help us. The board, the staff are doing a lot, but I want each and every person to take responsibility and help us. We don't want to chase you through any other form. The principles of cooperative are very clear that there should be trust. And that trust goes even to the guarantors, because when you don't pay the loan, one of the options that we usually take is that we can take your share deposits, clear the loans. Okay. If you exhaust that line, of course, we can go to the guarantors, and you exhaust that line, we can go to the legal process and so on, and debt collectors. But let us be friends the way we are, and let us be trusted for this process. So you realize that the loans, the share capital increased to 113 million compared to 120 million. The deposit grew from 979 million to 999, and so on. And this is a strong indication that there is a confidence in the membership. And the loans also grew, slightly declined to 911 from the previous year to this year of audit, that is to 845 million. And this was due mainly to the economic pressures that this country has been experiencing. But we looked at it and we had to mitigate. We reduced the interest rates by 2%, especially for the front office. And we also introduced a new loan, that is what we are calling the Fahari, which is at 13%. So we are also very responsive to the needs that of the membership. We are aware of the digital transformation. I need not really emphasize on them because we have journeyed with you. Even that platform I've been talking about, the member portal, the mobile reading, the Wana app. Today we have launched the Wana wallet, that's the mobile banking. And therefore digitization has been part of our strategy. And you have been with us, and today's milestone makes it the climax of this digital transformation that we have. On the strategic plan, as we launch this strategic plan in 2024, we continue to implement all the pillars that we identify, that is the financial, internal efficiency, learning and innovation, and customer experience. And we are happy that there is a lot of also positive feedback from you people as we move together in spite of the various challenges that we may be having. Of course, we have got our products, the medical cover, which we call the Wana-Meko, one of its kinds, because this cover does not discriminate whether you are covered by another insurance firm, whether you are in CHA or whether in AR. This one is just something to boost you in case you are hospitalized. Even if the bills are paid by other companies or by a friend, this cover was meant to bring us together. Ni kama kuchanga, okay? And therefore, if you are hospitalized for more than 2 nights and the bill to the maximum of 40,000, we are able to give you this. And of course, there are eligibility criteria that you need to meet. You need to be paying 200 as a principal member, 100 for a dependent, and so on and so forth. This product has been there for quite some time. And I would really urge the members to continue patronizing this unique product. We have the EBF, that is Exit Bonnet Foreign Fund. Again, we have been having this product for quite some time. This is in an unfortunate event that one of our member lose life, and therefore we are able to come on board. And for that, we ensure that each and every member of the circle must contribute 200 bob. And that 200 bob, in the event that there is that unfortunate demise of yourself, we give you a dependent 100,000. Instead ya kutembea na karatasi ukichanga, that already gives you a hand start. I know there are so many chamas that you normally have there for this in the villages and wherever you are, but if the circle gives you at least 100,000, the rest, at least the coffin and the rights can also be starting, and therefore the rest can be used for other activities. And therefore, it's optional to cover your dependents, but it's a compulsory for us who are members to contribute that 200. But if you opt to cover those dependents, who also include your parents and parents in love, and the figures, we know how much you are supposed to be contributing. Therefore, we would also encourage that you continue patronizing that product. And it becomes very necessary for you to provide the biodata, and you keep on updating. Kama umepata bibi mwingine, unaongeza. Mtoto mwingine, unaongeza. Okay? So that it becomes very clear, because we have seen in situations whereby we are trying to look for the next of kin, hakuna. The dependents, hakuna. It becomes very difficult. You start looking for the chief and the rights. So please, this next of kin and the nominees area, we are actually requesting that you, if there's any change, please always update. And it is there in the website. You can always go to the website, download it, feed it, you can scan it and take it back. So long as it's authenticated, we take it as an official document. As I said in previous comment on the bylaws, this area of the compensation policy, we have developed it, we are implementing it to ensure that we also minimize the expenditure in a circle, and therefore even SASLA, we have even taken that to the SASLA. So we have taken a big step as per the requirement of the SASLA. We have scholarships offered by Cooperative Bank. Thank you, Michael, you are here. The COP holding, where we've got a lot of chairs. These guys, the Cooperative Bank, and we want to thank the team. They always offer scholarships for the needy students, but those ones who are also very brilliant. This year we sent a message to all of you that if you know a child who is going to grade 10, eh? Yes, na amepita. The minimum was ME1. ME1 is meeting expectation. ME is meeting expectation in all the subjects, and that child is maybe an orphan, or the families are so needy, then you are supposed to give us the information. We take it to Cooperative Bank. They are vetted. There's a whole team that vets so that there's no cheating. And once they identify those children, they are able to give them the scholarship. So please, when you are called upon, even if it's not your child, look around. Okay? But they always encourage those who are in the cooperative movement. So also tell them, even if they are there, they should also join the cooperative movement in whichever way. And I believe that is an area that we are able to help each other. So, ladies and gentlemen, I really want to appreciate all the partners that we've been having, all of you, for the good work that you have done. CIC, thank you. They have covered us for a long time. And it's CIC which is covering the whole movement. So we are not moving out of CIC. We are not moving out of the Cooperative Bank. If anything, we buy more shares and strengthen it. And even Cusco, you are us, and we are you. Therefore, we will continue supporting in all areas. The members, indeed, you have been very wonderful, because all this uptake of the products that we have, were it not for you, we would not be where we are. And I want to thank our host today. You know, he is wearing two hats. He's our treasurer, and he is the newest and the latest acting Director General of the Kenya Meteorological Authority, Mr. Edward Muriuki, for even giving us this space. It's only that where we are used to, it was fully occupied. We have always had these facilities being provided to us free of charge. Simpigie makofi. So thank you, DG. I know when it comes later, he has also declared that now that he has become very big, awachane hii kazi ya Wana-Anga, apatie majenzi ndio wamfanye nini? Mpige makofi ingine. Yes. Ukipeana na wewe unapewa, si ndio? Yeah. And that's the kind of collaboration I think we are saying we'll continue having it. So may God bless you all the days of your life. Thank you. I just want to mention that we also have a theme. Every year we have got a theme. Last year we had a theme of compliance. we had to comply with all the regulatory frameworks, the government, and we did. That is why our audit accounts were approved. That was last year. This year, our theme is building wealth and empowering members. So remember, building wealth and empowering members. They need to achieve that by the end of this year. Remember, I've also told you, we have also declared war on defaulters. Na tumecoin a slogan, kulipa mandeni ni kujitegemea na kudumisha chama. Hii kutoka kwa treasurer wenu. Mpigieni makofi. Thank you very much. Again, may God bless you.
Naomba tumpigie makofi zaidi. Asante kwa kutuongoza vyema. We now need, first and foremost, even before we discuss the report, we need a proposer and a seconder for the report. I have Samuel Odhiambo, membership number 1421. There's a hand behind there. Tafadhali, pasa sauti. Jackson Akfundi, 857, seconder. Having been proposed and seconded, the chairman's report is ready for our deliberations. Any, yes, boosted. Then a dual here. Mike, tafadhali. Who's handling the mic? And members online, please use the chat box also. Boosted, the floor is yours.
Chairman, thank you for that presentation of your speech. I have two observations to make. The first one is where you started, that there are dormant members. I want to, I don't know whether I'd call it advice or propose, that when we are budgeting for education to members, you factor in sensitizing these retirees so that, because I'm almost also going for retire, and I was imagining that if I go for retire, I'll just leave my shares where they are, so that I'll just be coming here to pick dividends. So when you sensitize them, they'll know that there's also something they can gain by making more investments and becoming more. What I don't know is maybe you might have to look for a product where they can get a cheaper loan that they can take and pay for themselves, apart from the one purpose for Gen Zs. Some of us who are analog, we cannot get there. Then another thing I wanted to make a proposal or a request is that now that we have the patron who is the DG, issue of loan repayment, especially for people who are still in service, we can make recommendations and see that these fellows be deducted from the salary, so that if you have a loan and you are not paying that loan, then it can be sanctioned from the salary section, wherever it will be. I don't know where it will be, but they recover that money from there before we start looking for the guarantors, because we have made it very difficult for people to take loans. We can talk of, we are not taking loans, but the truth is that for you to guarantee somebody, I don't know, you really have to think. So if we start getting people who are not defaulters, then getting loans, people will take loans, because at the end of the day, if you don't take loans, then you cannot develop. Thank you.
Thank you. So one proposal for the chair's response, Vincent.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. While you are representing your speech, the first thing I observed was on your committees. Your committees, all the committees, there's only one committee that I've observed that is representing the face of Kenya. The rest committees, you find that there are people coming from the same community, whereby they can have the meeting in their own dialect. I don't know whether you observe that. And I don't know whether it was a mistake or we, the members, bringing the delegates or the board of directors from the same community. Secondly, you mentioned the issue about the loan delinquency and you mentioned my name. I might have been a culprit. But I do say that most of us members, we need to be honest to ourselves. When I come to your office, always I speak a lot of English. That even when I come there, you find that the staff member are scared of me. But the only thing that we have as members, we need to be honest on our loan payment. I think the staff members are here. They can say Vincent is saying the truth. Me, I do say the truth. I think I'm improving on my side. Because when I used to come there, they're always scared of me. I don't know, because of the body or of the big English. So many members here have gone to other microfinances because they don't fear saying the truth. And there's one cooperative that is eating nearly all of these members called Unite Us. So it is upon you, the office, to build a better relationship with us, we members. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other question? There was a question online, Chair, on what is the minimum number of shares a member needs to remain active, if I got it right. Any other question on this side?
Yes, another question.
Yes.
I heard the chairman was saying about compensation policies. It is prudent so that you can explain to us a little bit. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other from this side? None. This other side? Just a minute. Any other hand so that we tackle? Okay, so we'll have that one online. Okay, hakuna. Tafadhali. There was a hand somewhere. Please give. Hey. Tulikuwa tumetoka huku. Oh, okay.
Good morning, all members.
Please, for the sake of the minutes, indicate your membership number as you
My
answer.
membership number is 3308.
Okay.
Asante sana Bwana Chair kwa ile taarifa ambayo umetupatia hapa, lakini katika Wabukusu sisi tunasema vula iwehafu kama vile. Uzuri wa ng'ombe ni maziwa. Sisi kukuja hapa na kuingia katika ushirika huu ni kwa sababu ya pesa. Na mahali ambako shida inapatikana haswa tunapotaka upande wa loan ni karandas. Sahizi tumeingia katika mambo ya digital platform. Itakuwa ni vigumu next year tukikuja hapa itakuwa pengine ni watu 5 peke yake. Inafika wakati ya karandas, mimi ninataka loan. Shida imetupata. Haswa sisi ambao tunafanya na private sectors kama security. Unapata kana kwamba mimi ni mwanachama hapa, lakini tangu niingie hapa kupata loan ni shida. Sijui Bwana Chairman utakuja na mpango kani pamoja na ushirika kwa ujumla ili kwamba tuwe na nafasi ingine ama njia ingine ya kutafuta loan pasipo kupitia kwa karandas. Kama kwa mfano, ninaweza kutumia payslip, hata mimi niwe katika private sector, tunaweza kuwa na mpangilio ili kwamba mimi mwenyewe nijitokezee ama nijitolee niseme kana kwamba mimi I'm working with a certain private company na hii ndio my payslip. Tunaweza kufanya direct transaction kutoka katika payslip yangu. That is one. And two, kama ninaweza kutumia kitu kama nikiwa na paskili yangu ninaweza kuleta mkanipa loan. Ama ya pili, ninaweza kutumia land title deed ama chochote kile Bwana Chama. Angalia katika mambo hayo ili kwamba mambo ya karandas tupunguziwe mzigo. Asante sana.
Thank you. Then the final question before we go to the online audience.
Thank you, Chair, for this opportunity again. My question goes to now the SACCO itself. And it's good that the new Secretary General is the MC also. Because we are anticipating things to happen in Wana-Anga, being that we are going to Saga. And our next meeting will be next year at such a time. What have you aligned yourself or you are planning for members? Because I know that there are members here who cannot get any money now, but they're anticipating to get some money and also maybe to get out of the debt where they are not paying their loans. It is my humble request that as a committee and a board, you sit down, you come with ways on how to help members from where they are. Thank you.
Thank you. Last one from the audience in here before we go to the online. Please freeze the screen, Ricky. Freeze the screen. Yes.
Mine is on guarantors. Since I retired, I'm tied. I'm tied on guarantors. I can't take a loan. I'm forced to look for a lawyer. They are debt collectors. I don't know what can be done because now there is one officer works in infrastructure at community. He works and he's there present. What is the work of the debt collector? I'm so annoyed with Wana-Anga that I can just spit on myself. Sorry for that.
Thank you. Thank you for that, Chair.
Thank you, members. When we talk, it means that we love each other. And therefore, our time to answer a few questions here. There's a question that was asked by Mpore, the issue of dormant members, particularly the retirees, and he has made a very good proposal that we enhance our sensitization to them. And that's why if you ask them, because one member told me, Chairman, I've received a message. We are very good at sending those messages. When we see you falling dormant, we have been sending those messages. We'll also enhance it in a manner that the way you have also proposed that if we can also develop a special product for them, the committee can look at it so that they also feel they're also participating. You talked about our patron and their own repayment. Yes, at KMD, at the authority now, it's easy because he is here. But remember, we have got other institutions like KCA, KNH, other ministries, and the likes. So we need to be more pragmatic about this area because what we have noted is that, and I will combine with somebody who asked about why should somebody default when you have got a pay slip. Remember, the salary sections of the various institutions are the ones that does the deductions. We have even seen a situation whereby somebody comes and take a loan here and launch very fast to the bank, use the same pay slip the same day, and apart a loan. When it comes to the deduction, the first priority is always given to the bank. Unfortunately, my friend is here, the cooperative bank and the other banks. So you find that at the end of the day, that pay slip is committed to the bank, and then in Wana-Anga, it does what? Would you call that one a fraud? Fraud? Yes, it is. Okay? It is indeed, because consciously you know, and you are doing it deliberately. So this is what we said. Let us avoid this kind of games. But of course, we are in very good partnership with our partners, employers, to ensure that when we said our deduction forms, they have always acted. To avoid this issue of the guarantor, because I can see even the Violet has talked about the debt corrector. You see, we need to understand that the debt corrector is not employed by Wana-Anga. We only engage them, we don't pay them, but the defaulter, when he comes and recover the money from you, 10% is loaded on that recovery. That 10% is what goes to the get correct. So why would you struggle all this? Please, what we are saying is our responsibility to ensure that we all pay these loans. Yes, Odwol, I didn't mean that you are defaulter. No, I was only giving as an example as a member. In fact, you are a very good member because you always patronize these products. You have given us business, okay, and you have said it quite clearly that you know, you should be honest. He is very honest because Saida amefinywa anakuja hapa. You know, badala ya kukimbia wewe huwa anafanya nini? So I think you should even cry for Mr. Odwor. It's just like Kibego, who actually patronize the first, you know. So it is that kind of spirit. Let's be honest to each other. Okay, I like you because we always talk and we always agree. On the composition of the committees, I think it's not by any choice that we are saying this, but there's no committee, I can assure you, which can sit down and have a deliberation in their vernacular. Check, confirm on the data of the people that I've talked about. And it was for you to verify on that area. And therefore, don't go to unite us. We are Wana-Anga and we are better even than them. So minimum shares to remain an active member. You see, being active is the monthly contribution. The minimum 1,000 monthly. Okay, that is one that you are not supposed to stop for the next 6 months. But for the shares, we have just passed today that you can have a minimum of shares of 5,000 and you can enjoy the benefits of being a member. Okay, so let's not confuse the two. Dormancy is on the share deposit that we pay on monthly basis. If you stay for more than 6 months, you become dormant. But the share capital, you don't contribute every month. Once you attain the minimum, now you can start building your share deposit, which you are going to use, borrow from the circle 3 times, 4 times, depending on the product that you have. Yes, nakubaliana na hiyo mzee amesema. That's member number 3308. Ng'ombe inajulikana sababu ya maziwa. Na kwa sababu hiyo tumeweka mikakati ya ile kitu tunaita collateral. Sijui inaitwaje na Kiswahili. Wengine Waswahili wanaweza niambia. Hii collateral ni kama baiskeli yako, kama chamba, iko na title deed, okay? Kama shares. Unaweza leta hapa kwa Wana-Anga usimamie. Sababu tukisema payslip peke yake, payslip inaonyesha kweli uko na pesa unapata kwa kama mshahara. Lakini kama utafutwa kazi, tuseme, nani ataipa hiyo pesa? Si lazima tuende kwa collateral yako, baiskeli yako, ama hiyo ng'ombe ndio tutafuata. Kwa hivyo hizo zote tumeweka, na nadhani credit committee mnasikiza hiyo. Kama kuna kitu kingine mnaweza ongeza, kwa hiyo policy yenu muongeze, ndio tuendelee kuwahusisha wote. Yes, I talked of the board compensation policy because now we are guided by SASRA. And that means that if, for instance, we are compensating these people for their transport, there are guidelines, okay? And therefore they are all put such that if kama ni sitting, unaweza kuja hapa to give right and left a sitting allowance. They are already guided. And therefore it must also be taken there. It must also be approved so that you have a policy that guides the circle very well. Yes. Somebody has also asked another question. When a member exits through death, the dependents be part of the deposit? Or what? Is this a question? Yeah. Well, on death, we have got an insurance cover with the CIC. So you cannot, even if you are guarantor, mtu akikufa na loan, hatufuati dependents zake, ama the next of kin, or even the guarantors. That is covered by CIC. And that's why we brought on board Hannah is here, and therefore on death, the insurance cover takes everything. Saga, what we have planned, I know the DG is here, but the truth of the matter is that we are planning to uptake the resources that you'll be given to the members, because we expect more salary, more allowances, and so on. So even more products, we are going to develop them. And your request was that since we are anticipating to get those huge salaries, can we also start giving them loans based on that anticipation? Yes and no. You'll come and talk. If something is written and you can see, the CEO will look at the authenticity of it, because I'm sure they'll be giving circulars and we see that there'll be increase. We can always talk because we are listening partner. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. There was a question on the saga bit. Yes, Wana-Anga is ready for the harvest. There are lots and lots of resources that are there. Now it's for us members to apply for them. Then on the committees, I want to confirm that we do not speak in vernacular. We speak the big English that he was talking about, even in the meetings. So we do not carry out our Wana-Anga business in vernacular. On dispute resolution, especially where our officers have borrowed money, I have been involved in this, and some have started paying, because when such a matter is brought to my office, you know, when you forward it to the ministry, as per the civil service regulations, that is pecuniary embarrassment, and it is an offense. So you try and solve it before escalating it to the ministry. We've handled some at office level, and those that we have been unable to handle, we escalate them to the ministry, and HR does that. But I would urge all our members who are our KMD officers, please, please, please try and repay all your debts. As we are saying, it's only that way that the SACCO benefits, and you also disadvantage the guarantors. On loans, another option would be, if we were to build our deposits, self-guarantorship is allowed. For example, if you had $500,000 and you wanted a loan of 300,000 and you've not guaranteed anybody else, then you're allowed to self-guarantee. So I would also encourage members to build their deposits. There were some other questions that I was asking for, please, before we get to that last one, because we need to wind up this session. Yes, in the interest of time, there was a question. I request the board to check on Wana-Pap loan, where you often get the loan. They keep quiet and never send messages reminding the loanees. Wana-Pap, we are being asked to remind the loanees. I think that's a note for us. Scroll, please. The other one was what? This year, all members were sent AGM notification and the link. Why? Not all members were sent. I'm coming to that. Let's scroll on. I'll answer that. I would like to request that before a member shares is attached to defaulters loan, the member should be contacted. That should be the policy. We are supposed to contact. If we have not done that, that's a failure on our part. Because before, as soon as we identify you as a defaulter, we are supposed to send you notification and even your guarantor. But please note that with the new portal, you're even able to track your loan repayment. I request the board to check on my Wana-Pap. That's a similar question. The other one, suppose in Wanameko, I failed to pay due to change in situation. Can my previous contributions assist in the event of sickness? Chair? Okay, the last one. Yes, very last one before, I think let's take that. We shall continue answering your questions on the chat. I think our staff and board members can respond to some of this so that we move to the next session. Do members accept that proposal? Because we have board members who are logged in, we can as well respond directly on the chat if you allow, so that we move on. Are we in agreement?
Yes.
As many as of a similar opinion say aye. The ayes have it. So yes, the last question.
The last question was on Wanameko, and the member is clever saying that I'm a default. Hajalipa Wanameko. Once you don't pay the contributions for 3 months, you are considered as a defaulter in that product, and therefore you don't qualify. And remember, thing is an insurance. So if you insure your car, for instance, or yourself, at the end of the year, you start afresh. Therefore, let us keep on paying our contributions for the products, be it Bonoferent or Wanameko. Thank you.
Thank you. There was a member, the last thing that we shall tackle before we bring in the supervisory. Some people have not been receiving messages and notifications from Wana-Anga. I was also not receiving mine 2-3 months ago. There is something you need to configure on your phone. I think you call it whitelisting or blacklisting. You need to whitelist. Probably the messages are being sent, but due to the configuration, our messages are blocked. I request Ricky to just come and take us very quickly through it so that you ensure. You can even do a demo on your phone just to ensure that you have whitelisted our numbers, our messages.
Okay, thank you. It will be a very fast thing. Just open your phones, those who are online and those who are here. Go straight to your message, where you read your SMS. Just don't open it first, just go to that place. The icon of messages. When you open that icon, ukifungua your icon, there are 3 dots on the top. Some have photos, some have 3 dots at the top right. How many have seen the dots or the photo? Just raise your hand. I need to know those who have not. You've seen the 3? Some have not. Open the message. Before you read any message, the messages are seen below. On top right, there are 3 dots. Click on it. What do you see? It will read for you. Blocked. There's spam and blocked. There's one written spam and blocked. How many people have seen that? Yes, open it. I hope the people online are also following. Open it. There are those whom will see Wana-Anga there. It means your messages are coming, but they are going to spam and block. So what you do, open the Wana-Anga message, say not spam. And you'll read all the messages that come from Wana-Anga. And also all the previous messages that have been sent. Thank you. If you are stuck, there's that thing on the screen. We will share it. You can share it in the groups that you are in. It will guide you on how to unblock. Thank you.
Thank you, Ricky. You should now be able to get all notifications and any transaction that is made on your account, any message related to that should get to you. Allow me now to welcome the Chair, Supervisory Committee, Bwana John Kanieru Nguyo, who will present his report. Karibu sana, Bwana Nguyo. Yes, I've been informed that some of our guests would like to leave. Members, let's allow them. They have other engagements to attend to. We appreciate your presence. We value you. Karibu sana. Asante.
Good morning, members. Happy New Year. Happy New Year to Happy New Year. So the chairman, board of directors, director of cooperative, representative from Nairobi, Sasra representative, I can't see them, and invited guests, forum members, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. On behalf of Supervisory Committee who are here, Supervisory Committee, simsimame pahali muko. This report has been done by 3 of us. Thank you. Can sit. I'm pleased to present this report for the financial year that ended that 1st December 2025. The committee remains committed to upholding transparency, accountability, and compliance in the operations of the circle. We sincerely appreciate the trust and support accorded to us by members as we continue to safeguard your interests. The committee remains committed. It is worth noting that the Supervisory Committee serves as the eye, as the ear, and the voice of the member. We carefully listen and review all complaints and concerns raised by the members, take appropriate actions, and engage directly with the members whenever necessary. Issues that require further attention are formally presented to the board with copies shared with the cooperative office where applicable. The circle's success, continuous improvement, and cost reduction efforts are in part attributed to the active oversight and contributions of the Supervisory Committee. Members, I would also like to say that you elected supervisory committees who are readers that read. We actually read. Some people ask whether we even see the platform where the members do share their complaints and their concerns. I would like to tell you that we usually read, but you are not supposed to comment on the platforms. Sometimes we call the members so that we can discuss, and some issues we also share with the board. And the supervisory reads all the minutes of all the committees that has been introduced, the minutes of the board, so that we can come with the conclusion and also be able to advise the board and forward the members concerned. Our mandate as the supervisory committee is that the supervisory committee executed its mandate in accordance with the Cooperative Society Act, circle bylaws, and applicable regulatory frameworks. That is the regulatories from organizations such as SASLA. During the year under review, the committee undertook regular oversight activities, including review of financial records, internal controls, loan management processes, governance practices, and compliance with statutory and internal requirements. The committee held regular meetings and submitted quarterly reports to the board of directors and sub-county cooperative officer, highlighting key findings and recommendations, corrective actions that were necessary. The committee noted that the board implemented most of the recommendations issued, and supervisory encourages timely resolution of outstanding matters. In addition, the committee continued to act as the link between members and leadership by receiving and addressing members' concerned and escalating unsolved issues appropriately. Internal Key focused areas of Supervisory Committee were internal control and risk management. The committee reviewed the adequate and effective of internal control system to ensure proper safeguarding of SACCO assets and reliability of financial reporting. We also concerned with the loan insurance, monitoring and recovery. The committee evaluated the entire credit cycle, including loan appraisal, approval, disbursement and recovery processes, noting emerging risk in loan defaults. Financial performance and reporting. The committee reviewed financial statements to confirm accuracy, asset trends, and evaluate sustainability. Expenditure and cost control. The committee analyzed expenditure trend and recommended cost rationalization measures to enhance efficiency. Investment and asset management. The committee reviewed investment decisions to ensure compliance, visibility, and alignment with the members' interests. Compliance and regulatory adherence. The committee monitored adherence to legal and regulatory framework and recommended corrective action where necessary. Members' concerned and compliance handling. The committee addressed members' concerned and ensured responsive and fairness in resolution processes. Governance oversight and accountability. The committee reviewed governance practices and followed up on implementation of board decision and AGM resolutions. As I said, we usually read and ensure that what has been discussed by the board, they comply, and also the AGM resolutions. ICT system and operational efficiency. The committee commends the board for establishing a strong and reliable ICT system that has significantly enhanced operational efficiency and improved service delivery to members. The system has supported smooth day-to-day operations and strengthened overall performance. However, the committee also noted that despite the strength, certain risks still exist. This includes potential system downtime or disruptions that may affect service delivery, cybersecurity threats that could compromise data integrity and sorry. I want to take what? Mnajua hii kazi ya supervisory imekuwa ngumu wakati tunafanya kazi ya supervisory. Members are on our neck. Wanatuuliza mnafanya nini? Kwa nini inafanyika? Tukienda kwa board, kwa nini mnatufinyiria kwa hii mambo mengine kwani hamjui vile regulations zinasema? It has always been like that, but we have tried and we have been delivering. And the need for continuous system upgrade to keep pace and evolving technology. Additionally, reliance on the system requires adequate staff capacity and regular training to ensure its optimal use. So the board, it's good that we continue training our staff so that they can be able to work effectively with these systems. Financial performance. The SACCO recorded an improvement in net surplus from last year 187 million to this year 194 million, representing steady growth during a period characterized by economic uncertainty, rising cost of living, and constrained disposal income. We actually commend the members and appreciate your contribution because the supervisory committee understood the times that we are living in, where we have a lot of economic challenges. And in between those challenges, we have been able to make profit due to members' contribution. However, the committee note that the growth in surplus remains moderate and has been achieved alongside imagining pressure, particularly in loan defaults and relatively high operational costs. The facts continue to pose a risk to the society's ability to significantly grow in surplus and enhance members' returns. The committee therefore emphasized the need to strengthen income generation while maintaining prudent risk management, enhance efficiency in expenditure control to protect margins, improve ROF performance to safeguard interest income, and reduce provisions. Overall, the circle remains financially stable and on a positive growing trajectory with strengthened financial discipline, improved loan performance, and cost optimization. There is potential to enhance profit and better returns to members in coming periods. Expenditure management. The committee noted that the board slightly reduced expenditure compared to the previous year, 2024, demonstrating effort towards cost control. This was a positive step. However, administration cost remains relatively high in relation to income. What we are saying, although the board were able to make a slight profit, still they have to improve on administration costs so that we can improve on surplus. The figure below illustrates relationship between revenue and expenditure with expenditure figures inclusive of funds allocation for rebates. The figure that you can see there, it shows the relationship between the revenue and the expenditure. The expenditure, as I have said, includes the rebates that are being paid to members. So if we can remove the interest for the rebates, the expenditure can go a bit below. The committee recommends further cost rationalization and improved alignment between expenditure and income growth. Loan portfolio performance. Loan uptake decreased from 383 million in 2024 to 333 million in 2025, reflecting continued demand for credit facility among members. However, loan defaults rose significantly from 84 million to 117 million, adversely affecting liquidity, increasing loan provisions, and reducing the surplus available for distribution. While the committee acknowledged the need for strengthened institution control, it is important to note that loan performance is a shared responsibility between the SACCO and the members. The committee therefore recommends strengthening credit appraisal process to ensure loans are guaranteed based on members' payment capacity, enhancing loan recovery mechanism and timely follow-up on arrears, and continuous review of loan products to align with members' need and risk levels. In addition, members are urged to uphold their obligations. Members, we also have our obligations, and we are saying borrowing within their means and for productive purposes. We are also saying that honoring payment scheduled promptly and consistently, keeping guarantors informed and protected from unnecessary exposure, engaging the SACCO RA in case of repayment charges. Members, it's good to inform the SACCO when you have a charge why you should not pay loan in a certain month, so that it can be known and you can be advised accordingly. A strong loan portfolio depends not only on the sound policies that we usually read, but also on members' discipline and commitment. The committee emphasizes that sustained SACCO growth and improved member returns can only be achieved through responsible borrowing and timely repayment. Members, there is something I've put in broad. Members, no system can succeed if we do not take personal responsibility for the loan's uptake. Repayment discipline is the backbone of our SACCO. Number 7, loan guarantee and guarantors burden. The Supervisory Committee received and reviewed numerous concerns from members regarding the increasing burden placed on guarantors arising from loan defaults. It was noted that in many instances, guarantors are required to assume repayment of defaulted loans for extended periods, often without clear repayment structures, adequate engagement, or predictable timelines for resolution. This has resulted in financial strain and reduced members' confidence in loan guarantee system. The committee further observed that guarantors are sometimes engaged abruptly without sufficient prior consultation. Repayment expectations are not always supported by structured recovery plans. Interest continues to accumulate during the recovery period, and communication and transparency during the process. Interest continues to accumulate during the recovery period. This one, board, we have gotten from members that when they start paying loans that has been devoted, the SACCO should stop the interest and leave the member or the guarantor to pay the principal alone. So members, you can see we read what you like. Do we read? So the committee recommends that the board develop clear and structured guidelines on guarantors, engagement and repayment expectations, introduce fair and predictable repayment arrangements, review the application of interest during guarantor repayment, strengthen member sensitization on risk associated with loan guarantee. I have also broadened a statement there that chairman and members, the burden being placed on guarantors has become a serious concern and cannot be ignored. As a committee, we have taken this up with the board and the recommended policy and process improvement to ensure fairness and transparency. This is an area we will continue to follow up on closely as we directly impact trust and the willingness of members to support one another through guarantors or guarantees. The committee will continue closely to monitor this matter to ensure fairness and restore members' confidence. Governance, which has been also discussed by the Director for Cooperative, although we have seen it in another form, the Supervisory Committee observed that the current minimum share deposit requirement of Kenya shillings 1 million for members seeking elective positions, while intended to promote financial commitment and stability, has been an intended effect of limiting participation in leadership. This requirement has significantly narrowed the pool of eligible candidates, particularly excluding capable, qualified, and young members who may not yet have accumulated the required shares. But possesses, they have the capacity and the skill, energy, and vision necessary to drive the circle forward. As a result, this has impacted leadership renewal and posts and risk to effective succession planning. A strong circle requires a continuous pipeline of commitment, of competent and commitment leaders. Without deliberate effort to broaden participation, there is a risk of leadership stagnation, reduced innovation, and weakened long-term sustainability. The committee therefore recommends that the AGM consider a more flexible and inclusive approach by reviewing the minimum eligibility threshold from 1 million maybe to 500,000, 500 shillings, and allow members who are successfully elected to commit to attaining the full 1 million shares within a defined period, which the supervisory proposes at least to be 36 months before they come for the next election. This approach will broaden the leadership pool and encourage wider member participation, support leadership development and succession planning, attract diverse talent while maintaining financial discipline, ensure continuity and sustainability in governance. The committee emphasizes that effective governance is not only about financial capacity, but also integrity, competence, accountability, and commitment to serving members' interests. Members, strong institutions grow when leadership in both capable and continuously renewal. We are saying for us to have a good institution, we have to think about those things, especially the renewal. We need to open the door wider without lowering the standards. Are we together? No. Maybe I'm taking too long.
Summarize.
Number 9, nataka sasa kwenda haraka. Tuliangalia also the members exit and retention, and you can see the graph which we have shown the members exit and the amount. This amount, sometimes members are few that have exited, but because they had large amounts. That's why the graph of amounts is too high. And we are saying that the committee therefore recommends that the board conduct comprehensive member exit survey to better understand the drivers of the withdrawals, develop targeted retention strategies, particularly for retiring members. Thank you for Mukore has talked about that. And strengthening recruitment initiative to attract new members and diverse the membership base. Tunataka diversity on members base. Tusifikirie tu the people from KMD, but we can think also from Juakari and also other sectors. The committee comments the introduction of Wana-Anga as a platform for members engagement. Tunasema wakati the platform, members can now forward and talk about the issues that they have them. Members, our circle contains strong and future is promising. Let us stay united, remain positive, and continue building our circle together. Number 10, the Supervisory Committee noted that circle is staffed with high qualified personnel and commends their dedication in handling matters efficiently and providing variable technical advice to the board. In view of this, the committee recommends that the board prioritize continuous professional development by providing more training opportunities. This will further enhance staff skills, strengthen their technical capacity, and improve overall circle management and service delivery. In summary, the circle remains stable and profitable. However, key risk persists. The committee recommends that the board rationalize operational expenses, strengthen credit risk management, grow income sustainably, enhance governance and inclusivity. Appreciation. The committee appreciates members, the patron, Mr. Edward Muriuki, the board, management, and staff for their cooperation. Without cooperation, we could not have attained this. Finally, I urge members to uphold the spirit of saving more, borrowing wisely, investing prudently, and repaying promptly for a healthy society that will meet your current and future financial needs. May Almighty God bless you all and guide Wana-Anga to greater heights. Thank you. Very much.
Let's appreciate the Supervisory Committee Chair. Thank you for your very comprehensive report. And I'm sure it has been so detailed that it will attract very few questions since it's been very clear. But before we discuss it, sorry, lost and found a packet of drugs. If somebody has dropped this packet of drugs, we don't want you to rush back to the pharmacy. Anyone? Okay, you can, who do I leave it with? Ricky. Just pick it from Ricky, please. Meanwhile, let's have a proposer and a seconder. We have engineer Elias proposing membership number 3688, proposing adoption of this report. Seconder online, do we have any? We have a hand at the back. Sorry? Did you get that? 3130. Okay. Members. Okay, we'll come to you. Any other hand here? Because we need to move a bit faster. So 2 hands. I'll give the first opportunity to Vincent. then boosted. Then let's also be ready for the online audience.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On that report, I've just observed one item on human capital development of our staff. But looking at it critically, you're only looking at skill development. But I did see the aspect of the motivation and the remuneration. I think these are some of the issues that are bringing squabbles between us and the staff. So I was proposing that you better look at their motivation, welfare, and their salary increment. Amen?
Chair, you've noted that. Any other from this side so that we move a little faster? Okay. Then Mukolwe.
Chairman, thank you for that very long speech. I don't know whether it was a long report or a long speech. There are two things that I took note of. Article number 5, you are talking of the reduced expenditure. Congratulations, but you are telling us it is slightly. I don't want it to be slightly. There's a graph that was there. I don't know if it could be shown there, a bar graph. If you look at what was happening at 2016 and see the bar graph, it's expenditure against income, and look at what's happening in 2024, 2025, then I think we are not doing very well. Look at 2016 going backwards, and you look at what's happening in 2025, then we might even say that we are doing well when we are not doing very well. That expenditure has to be reduced drastically so that we don't have a lot of income, as you put it. So the expenditure has to go now down. I don't know how you will do that. The second observation was on article number 8. This, I want to agree with you that the issue of 1 million for people to be elected in leadership has made these elections look like they either walkover or non-participatory. And because of that, I will agree that if not 500,000, put it at 700. But then I also disagree that after getting there with 500,000, to give somebody 36 months to raise his capital to 1 million, that is an opening, an avenue for somebody to start stealing because he wants to hurry in making that kind of money. Don't do that, because where will somebody get that kind of money? So those are the two observations that I wanted to make on the Supervisory Committee's report.
Thank you. Any other from the members who are here? Online? Chat box, please. I think these were the previous questions. Are these related to the supervisory report? Okay, so we don't have any other question. But boosted, remember, like he said on that graph, the rebates are within that, the rebates that were disbursed. So if you remove the rebates, that's when you would get a clearer picture. That the rebates is what is amplifying those bar graphs, but the chair will respond better. Chair.
Yeah, thank you, Supervisory, for your report and the question asked by Boosted. The issue of the expenditure, actually, we are even told the Supervisory that when you put expenditure, one of the item is what goes to the fixed depositors. It is considered as an expenditure. So actually what they should have done is to remove the rebates, the dividends as an expenditure, and also what goes to the fixed deposit. It would now be more representative. That graph would be better off, and maybe that's an improvement maybe for the future. I want to address this issue of he has written share capital. First of all, do that correction, because what is written in black and white and what I have here, he has written you reduce the share capital from 1 million to 500. It is called share deposit. In fact, they are called unwithdrawable. The terms given by SASRA, they are called unwithdrawable deposit. So it cannot be shares. Remember already this morning, they put the shares minimum to be 5,000. What he is addressing is for these people who are here, the eligibility criteria you lower from 1 million to 500. That was his argument. And that's what Boosted is saying he's trying to support. I want to make it very clear. You had the director saying here, how many billionaire circles are there in Nairobi? And you had him saying Wana-Anga is one of them. It is very clear, and I said that one of the things that you must do when you come on this side, and is a requirement by the regulator, is that you must sign what we call indemnity form, and you must be indemnified. That indemnity, the figure depends with the asset of the circle. If we shrink from the billionaire, maybe we can start thinking what he is saying. But currently, the indemnity of a billionaire circle must be $1 million plus. So that's why we are saying it is not that we are putting it ourselves. It is already what is put by the regulator. Kama mnataka mtu akuja hapa ana indemnity ya 1 million na bado anaandika. You know, you cannot give what you don't have. It's like a guarantor. When you are indemnifying, you are saying I have. Okay? So you cannot be indemnified for 1 million and you don't have what? The 1 million. So ladies and gentlemen, this is a requirement from the regulator and the authorities. We would wish even to lower it, but unfortunately we are guided. So let us encourage our young people. They can even come for loans. Why not? You can get a loan. In fact, there's a loan called what? Deposit loan, isn't it? Yes, you can boost your deposits and so many other things. And I'm sure there are even some Gen Zs. I mean, someone like Kizito. Now he has got over 1 million. And many others. So you're not lacking leaders because of the figure. But if we had the opportunity and the regulator accept, we would do it. But unfortunately, we are not the final authority on this money. We must be indemnified that tune so long as we are billionaire circle. And you are not playing that we become a millionaire. Si nikoda bere. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Restore the charts, please. Yes. A member is saying, let's keep the 1 million, no need to reduce. The other one is asking me to read our charts, please. I am doing that right away. I agree on 1 million to be reduced to minimum 500,000 for elective position. I think the chair has clarified that. Then some 2 questions, or is it 1? One related to loans. Why should the SACCO issue a loan to a member without repayment ability, especially front office loans that are not pegged on one's shares? Chair? I think that's the last one. Sorry, the second last one. For the members who have less than 25,000, will they qualify to get dividends? Then the other question, the Wana wallet is not in App Store. Ricky, I think you'll App Store. It's in Play Store. It is. It will be there. The Apple phone owners, we also have you in our hearts. I'm told it will be addressed. Chair.
The question which is being addressed by the honorable member is why would you give a front office to a person the role not based on share deposits? And I wanted to say this, that back office loans are the ones which are based on share deposit, the multiplier. Like we know the normal loan is 3 times. If you come for instant, if you want to, even Fahari and all those others. So back office loans are based on share deposit you have because they have got a multiplier and you know them. When it comes to the front office, we only look at your ability to pay. Because this money, again, is brought by the fixed depositor, and therefore, if you are doing business with that money, you have got an opportunity coming from the back office where you don't have the share deposit multiplier, and then you go to the front office. The question of default, because the person is trying to relate, why would that person, when he defaults or she defaults and doesn't have the share deposit, what do you do? That is why we have got even collateral. Na mzee alisema vizuri sana pale, ati tuchukue baiskeli, tuchukue chaba, tuchukue nini. So even if you are taking a front office, because people are taking huge amount of money for the front office, and therefore we have introduced the collateral to ensure that you secure your loan using those collaterals, and therefore in case of default you are able to fix that collateral. But again, and in an unfortunate event that you are also guaranteed, then certainly the area that you also target is the guarantor after exhausting all the other mechanisms. If you have got less than 25,000 share deposit, do you get the dividends? We have already passed that now. The minimum is 5,000. So the answer is yes. Thank you.
Thank you. In the interest of time, I propose that we take in the last 3 sets of questions. All loans are insured upon top-up or refinancing. The former loan contract ends. What happens for insurance that is done upfront for 5 years and loan ends in 2 years? No insurance has ever refunded. I am reading verbatim. Then just an observation, the rate at which guarantors are being put into task than the defaulters is alarming and will end up affecting the loan uptake due to lack of guarantors. And the final one from Philip Sagero. Sorry, the previous one was from Catherine Musioki, and the earlier one, Joseph Kangede. Then Philip Sagero is asking, does Wana-Anga send the names and details of defaulter to the Credit Reference Bureau? If not, why? And somebody has already answered, yes, they are listed with CRB, but Chair, you can wrap it up.
Again, thank you for those who have asked the questions. The issue of the insurance, I think he bit confused because he's saying that he needs to be refunded. Once the loan is insured, at the end of the day, there's no refund that you expect to receive from the SACCO or maybe even from the CIC. The only thing we do is that in the event of death, that loan is written off using that insurance cover. Why would you harass the guarantors more than the defaulter? You know, I was just walking around there just now and someone has just told me, so and so na ako hapa na tunamuona halipi loan. Pengine ako hapa tu. Ananiuliza na huyu mtu ako kwa payslip. You know, nimemjibu nikamwambia sasa DG. You be control of the payslip sasa sio kule ministry, huyo mtu atalipa. So let's, why would you want your colleague to suffer na mko na yeye hapa? Surely it's not fair. So some of these measures, as you said, our slogan, lazima tulipe. And it's for the benefit of the circle. Sagero, yeah, I think CRIB has been answered. The only thing I need to add is that now we have automated. CRIB, for those who don't know, is Credit Reference Bureau. If you default, by law, we are supposed to share your details to the Credit Reference Bureau, such that any financial institution in Kenya cannot give you a loan. You can imagine if you are arrested. So, and what we have done with the new core banking that we have, the system has already automated. Inakutuma direct. Hakuna hapa kuambia Rota ama kuambia CEO ama nani. The system inaangalia. If you have defaulted your loan for more than, is it 2 months or 3 months, that system correct the name na inatuma wapi? For Credit Reference Bureau. So please, let us take responsibility all of us help each other so that we make the circle great. Thank you.
Thank you. And we also share both positive and negative. Even if your loan is performing, this information is shared. I think that brings us to the end of that session. We now want to prepare to receive the audited accounts. I think we've been seated for a while. I will allow us to stand and stretch a bit before the mzee takes over. Please feel free to stretch. Where do you prefer to be, auditor? Ama pale hapa. Hapa, kuja hapa basi. Kuja hapa. Okay, let's resume our seats.
Proceed. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Wow. Good afternoon, delegates. Thank you all for giving me opportunity to serve in your circle as statutory auditor. And before I do what you have asked me to do 1 year ago, I will do a bit of housekeeping issues. I will do some introduction for the members of the team of Nelson and Francis, those who are here today, maybe. Yeah. Thank you, thank you. You can. So we have our assurance officer here. I'll just get the microphone.
Good afternoon, members. My name is CPA Peter Ochoti. I'm in charge of assurance, Nelson and Francis. He sent me here early. He was afraid he could not make it, but likely he's around. Thank you.
So you can sit there. So members, I think 1 year ago we were here. I presented a report, and I'm happy to be with you this afternoon to do what you have asked me to do, because you are my appointing authority. So I will take you through the financials. And I don't know whether somebody is putting, is it being this, Dennis, is it being displayed? Mr. Chairman? If yes, I will, members say, I know it's a volume, and everybody has a copy of this? Good. In these financials, I will ask whoever is in charge of the display to look at the statistical information table. Just put it at a glance, statistical information table. Yeah, at a glance. Statistical information table. Page is page 3. Page 3. Enda nyuma kidogo. Page 3. Good. So I will also be I will be taking you through on this important table concerning the financial statement of Wana-Anga. The next item I'm going to deal with, members, is the income statement, just at a glance.
I will explain a few things on each area of interest. But I will be taking you through the income statement and expenditure side of it. Next will be the balance sheet. Just quickly. Yes, I'll touch on a few issues. And then there's something called cash flow statement. I think we went through last year. Just scroll. Good. I will say something on that so that you have a take home in each area. And finally, I will also be reading the audit report, which you don't need to display now. So it's an audit report which will be handled by Peter or Choti. So back to statistical information table. Members say, of course, the data there is accumulative information for the last, I don't know, is it 50 years? Have you been in existence for 50 years or 40? That is the cumulative information. It tells you about your prosperity as a circle. The table provides benchmarks. We call it the rating in some areas of interest. The table also depicts some areas where you may not be performing well, and that's why we want to share with you that table. And if there are disappointments, they are also there. So at a glance, your circle has grown. You can see that asset base has grown from 1,261,000 total assets to 1,296,000. That's a sign of some upward movement. Chairman, we don't have time to go through all those things. It requires an education day, but I'll deal with salient features. Salient features. So I will ask us to focus on areas which affect the membership back home. Let's look at the issue of delinquency. Delinquency ni nini sasa hii? Tunasema delinquency. Yani loan ile mlichukua imeingia weevils kidogo. And those weevils, they do is a devastation. It's they actually reduce your the liquidity of your asset called loan book. So members, you can see delinquency ilikuwa mwaka wa 2025 ilikuwa 9 point. Look at the bottom. The last row, 9.9. It means, on a scale of 100, 90% of your loan book is good. Then, because si sawa. I was able to angalia 2025, yes? 2025 is 13.86. Let's put it this way. In 2025, your loan book delinquency ambayo iko na conditions ambayo inaweza kuleta shida kwa malipo ni 14. So you are saying our loan book is 86% good. Si namna hiyo, una scale of 100. That means 14% imekwama mahali. And I was listening as the chairman was talking and other top officials, that area, I want us to link now that delinquency with your return. Ile umeweka kwa mfuko. Kuna rebate on deposit. 2025 ilikuwa ngapi? 4.3, sio? Na ile mwaka ngine 4.8. So as I sit here listening and also sitting the officials, and also since we are all here, is an area where we need to bring back liquidity to what it should be. Hiyo ratio ya 13 kwa serikali na best practice ni 5. They can tolerate up to 5. Lakini yenu imeenda kidogo mara 2 na kitu. So this is the disappointing part of it, because we want returns, lakini pressure is mounting on. Pressure is mounting on Weevils, that is the loan book. Umesema 86 good, 14 si sawa. Na ile mwaka ngine tulisema 10 si sawa, 90 ni sawa, ni sawa. So that affects your ability to spin the shilling as required. So they are interrelated, that those two items, rebate and delinquency. Delinquency pushes the cost up because we are required by the government regulator to provide lazima iwekwe maana, and then best practice pia wanasema ufanye provision. So there are two stakeholders, the best practice, regulator, lazima tujunge hiyo area. Kwa hivyo mkiona chairman ameweka nguvu mambo ya loan repayment, ni sisi sasa tujaribu kurutisha hiyo Weevils from 10% to 5 or even below. Alafu the impact of that improvement in loan repayment, repaid inaenda paratubu, au you call it what? It double. Itaenda juu. Because the statement we put there is a transparent way of doing business. I want to thank the board for putting that kind of information. Hakuna, hii ni wazi. It tells you everything about Wana-Anga. From inception. Unaona kuna ratios wanaweka huko, lata pengine tu ni mambo ya sasra. I want to tell you, these are not sasra figures. It is not sasra. Ni mambo ya society kupima. Take all the scoreboard. Score. Ukienda ruti inakuonyesha score. Ukienda hapa inaenda score. Usipolipa loan inaonyesha score. So this is a transparent way of running business, and I think continue. I want to encourage all of you to support the management to improve liquidity kwa hiyo area. Nataka nisonge kidogo, sitachukua hiyo mtamnyingi chairman. Hiyo area nataka kwa education day chair. Maana time yangu ni kidogo. I want us to move to income statement. Oh, chairman, you can see, tufanya hesabu kidogo hapo, you can see the income is 185. Mnaona hapo kweli? 85.3. Haya. Na kuna income kine huko chini. Can you see 9,000 hapo kwa hata income? 195 plus 9 inakuja ngapi? It is about 194, sio? 194. So, and if you compare with the previous year, we have 158, no, 180 plus 7. Nakuja ngapi? 187, isn't it? Again, it's 194. So, at a rise of 7,000, is it 7,000 or 7 million? 7 million is a small percentages. And again, all these things are related. They are interrelated. We are talking about liquidity. Wakati pesa imekwama, huwezi kuspin shilingi, inakwama mahali. Unajua unazungusha shilingi. Kwa hivyo, it's an area where we need to push that revenue up. Na hiyo rebate ambayo umepewa 4.3 against 4.8 last year, itaongezeka. And the money is with you, membership. So, tujihoji tena. Tujihoji. And the board has displayed openly. Hii ni wazi, umeonyesha. So what I'm saying, this table tells you how much revenue you generated, how much you spent, and also how much have you retained for stability. Lazima usikule yote. Ukikula yote, the organization become unstable. Na ile indices ambayo nilisomea hapo awali ya statistical inaanza kurukaruka juu au chini, itategemea ni upande gani inaelekea. So as we must balance kazi hapa, push the revenue up, push the expenditure down, including ile naitwa ile measure kwa weevils, ndio ipungue zaidi ili pesa irudi kwenu kwa rate mzuri. Unasema you can even enjoy 8% tukifanya kazi pamoja. So the income here statement is showing that we are growing but at a slow pace. So it require nyinyi yote tuungane pamoja kwa hii maneno. Next, on sheet. Dennis, okay. Again, I think I have read to you. Ile nilianzia ndio hii. Iko hapa wameweka kwa very intimidating figures, lakini ile nimekusomea kwanza inaonyesha some take home. So the take home ya ile ya kwanza ni turudishe pesa. Turudishe pesa ambayo imekaa na imerudisha kampuni nyuma kidogo. So this balance sheet is showing growth. This is a growing company. You can see the item is going up. And it's not bad. You can see members deposit imeenda from 979 to 999. If you look at the loan book, loan book is the main thing I'm interested in. 855, unaona hiyo loan book, hata chairman alimwambia loan imeenda chini. So why low uptake? That will be of interest. And I'm sure if we go into deep, you will be able to find solutions and the management will be able to explain that or how to grow. I think in the presentation you have received is okay. So this is a summary of your balance sheet. Some areas, ukiona loan book imeenda chini, chairman, I think is we need to look at that. It is a serious matter. The uptake should be good. I think with the policies they are put in place to be able to grow that figure. So at a glance, but there is no serious liquidity issue there. At a glance, I think I've discussed with them. I've looked at it. It looks okay. From there, I want to look at cash flow. Cash flow statement, if you don't mind. Just take a few minutes, members. Thank you. Thank you, members. Now, hii ni pesa taslimu. Take note. At the end of 2024 ilikuwa shilingi ngapi ile mlikuwako kwa bank account? Hebu onyesha hapo chini. Just scroll up. Scroll kidogo. At the end of 2024. At the end of 2024 tulikuwa na we had 90, what is the closing figure was 219. Can you see 219 at the end of 2024? 219. Na tumefunga na 316. So the money is there. So borrow, but borrow wisely. So if you have 219, because the question is, so during the year, will generate shilingi ngapi? Hii ni table ya cash, si adjustment. Tuonyeshe mahali hiyo pesa ile tulitoa mwaka huu, enda juu kidogo. Let's see how much money we generated during the year. Okay. Since we have at the beginning of the year 2019, how much did we generate during the year? Can you see it's 41 million there? Can you see 41,595? And there were a few adjustments around 10 million there and 66 million. So, and then there were also deposit coming in, 20 million. We paid some risk fund, 845. We paid some suppliers, 169. We also paid income tax. So, and then we also invested in some assets. You can see investment in activities. 7,671,000. And then there was also some financing activities. Hapo unaona 926. So swali ndio hii. So during the year tulibakisha ngapi kwa kazi ambayo tulifanya kwa society? Hebu highlight there. We have 96 million. Unaona? Kazi ambayo tulifanya kwa mwaka kwa ile cash kabisa ni 96,803,584. And I said earlier, we had at the beginning of the year 219. Ikakuwa ngapi? 316 iko kwa bank account na ndio nimeangalia. So that is a summary of that statement. It tells you how much money you generated during the year. Added to that is the opening cash at the beginning of the year, giving us 316. Nafikiri nimemaliza hapo. Ya mwisho ni audit report. Audit report nitawajia assurance officer Peter Ochoti, alafu nita summarize kidogo. Over to you.
Thank you, FCPA. I'm going to read quite quickly the audit report for the financial year 31st December 2025. And this is the information of the independent auditor to the members. We have audited the accompanying financial statements for Wana-Anga Society Limited, set out on page 10 to 33, which comprise the statement of financial position as at December 2025, and the statement of comprehensive income, statement of changes in equity, and the statement of cash flows for the period then ended, and a summary of significant accounting policies and other explanatory notes. In our opinion, the financial statements give a true and fair view of the state of the society's financial affairs as at December 2025, the result of its operations and cash flows for the period then ended in accordance with the International Financial Reporting Standards and the requirements of the Kenya Sacco Societies Act. The basis of our opinion, we conducted our audit in accordance with the international standards on auditing, those are the ISAs, and our responsibilities under those standards are further described in the auditor's responsibilities for the audit of the financial statements section of our report, which I'm going to read. We are independent of the society in accordance with the International Ethics Standards Board for Accounting Code of Ethics for Professional Accountants, ISBA code. We have fulfilled our other ethical responsibilities in accordance with ISBA code and in accordance with other ethical requirements applicable to performing the audit of financial statements in Kenya. We believe that audit evidence we have obtained is sufficient and appropriate to provide a basis for our opinion. There's now what we call the key audit matter. A key audit matter are those matters that in our professional judgment were of most significance in our audit of the financial statements of the current period. These matters were addressed in the context of our audit of the society financial statements as a whole and informing our opinion thereon, and we do not provide a separate opinion on these matters. The key audit matters were: number one, compliance with IFRS 9. The SACCO recognized the loan laws provision of Kenya shillings 60,563,930, which was deducted directly from gross loans of Kenya shillings 845,438,964 to arrive at the net loans and advances of Kenya shillings 785,375,034. The actual provision amounts to Kenya shillings 90,343,093, was determined using a practical approach based primarily on loan arrears and recoverability rather than a full IFRS staging model incorporating probability of default and forward-looking information. While this approach reflects management assessment of credit risk within the portfolio and results in impairment being recognized, it involves judgment and presents a risk that expected credit losses, ECLs, may not fully capture all future credit risk. And how was this addressed? We reviewed loan movements, aging reports, and area arrears schedules and assessed management's basis for determining the provision. We evaluated the adequacy of the impairment recognized in relation to non-performing loans and confirmed the credit losses had been provided for and applied directly against loans. Although a simplified impairment methodology was applied, we were satisfied that the provision recognized reasonably reflects the current credit risk exposure of the loan portfolio, and we recommended enhancement of the IFRS 9 methodology and the disclosures going forward. Item number 2, key audit matter number 2, employer remittances, outstanding recoverability risk. Sorry for that. Employer remittances amounting to Kenya shillings 52 million 096,141, representing approximately 34% of that of receivables, remain outstanding at year end. These balances arise from payroll deductions, pending remittances, or posting and expose the SACCO to collection and operational risk. Although recoveries are ongoing, employer by employer aging confirmation and impairment assessment could improve assurance over recoverability and support IFRS 9 compliance. How did we address this one? We reviewed employer remittances agreements and MOUs, testing a sample of employer remittance schedules against bank receipts and member accounts, reviewing aged employer receivable reports, assessing timelines and the frequency of reconciliations, evaluating follow-up actions on outstanding employer balances. So there's something we call an earning asset. An earning asset represent I'll leave that opportunity to FCP Nelson. He's coming back to finalize on that. I'm just presenting the report as it is. I could have done it, but he has requested to do it himself. Non-earning assets represents assets that do not generate income and include non-performing loans, fixed assets, and long outstanding receivables. For SACCOs, high levels of non-earning assets directly reduce interest income, strain liquidity, and may result in non-compliance with disaster prudential limits of less than 10%, while the current ratios depicts approximately 15%. Given the material value of these assets and their impact on profitability and the capital adequacy, non-earning assets were considered a key audit matter. And how did we address that one? The audit procedures included reviewing the classification of assets as earning or okay. Okay, he wants me to to finish. Okay, I believe everyone has got this report. Eh? Okay, then I think I'll have to say that the responsibility of the auditor is just to give an opinion on the accounts that have been prepared by management. Auditors, you normally don't prepare the books of account. They are prepared by the management, and our responsibility is just to give an opinion after doing an independent examination of those books. Also, the books that we have presented to you today have been approved by SASRA. So it's the report that we are preparing has been approved by SASRA for publication and presentation. So these other matters, you can have them read on your own, you can interact with them. And maybe then now I will invite Mr. Nelson to come and close.
Yes, members, there's a lot of technical information in our report, and we are also guided in this presentation. We can't deviate it. Counting is regulated globally. So to summarize what we have just read to you, iko namna hii. We have given you a clean report. That's number one. Yale maneno mazito mazito ambayo ninatakiwa niseme na nyinyi ni ile huyu kijana amesomea nyinyi. Cha kwanza, the audit matters haiwezi kubadilisha uamuzi ambao nimetoa siku ya leo kwa financial yenu. Nimesema you have a clean report. Kwa section ile ya key audit matters nina ruksa ya kuonyesha mahali ambayo kazi inatakiwe iangaliliwe kwa nguvu sana. Ya kwanza umesema loan book iko matata kidogo, na hiyo loan book provision ambayo management wamewekwa kwa vitabu kulingana na sheria za sasra ambayo imewekwa kulinda depositors money, provision ni nzito. And that is why even your dividend pengine imeenda chini. I don't get involved in dividend payment, but from the records, your provision ni nzito. Ni nzito. Hilo jambo ya kwanza. Jambo ya pili, kwa key audit matters, pesa ambayo ingezungushwa hapa kwa members kupatia loan, imekwama kwa nani? Kwa employer. Na ni pesa mingi, ukisoma sasa kwa hiyo kitabu, maana nimesema employer remittances. Nimeyochea hiyo pesa haijafika hapa kwa wakati ambao inafaa, ili tu wapatie nyinyi pesa. So those two issues are so critical. Lazima muelewe liquidity inaenda chini kwa society. Since is an annual meeting ambayo tunakutana na members, na mulinipa nguvu kufanya audit, and then I declare the state of your financial. I say clean report, lakini kuna mambo mazito ambayo chairman amekazia sana, na mimi nimeweka transparently. You gave me the authority. Yes, I've told you all is not well in some areas. Employer remittances hapana, imevuta nyinyi chini. Ya pili, loan provisioning yuko weevils na imevuta nyinyi chini. Alafu ya kuweka mfuko inakuwa kidogo. So I'm looking at it's an opportunity for the SACCO to grow if we can deal with those issues. Kwa report yangu ni technical, lakini nimesema kwa sina mnayo vile nimesema. So I think the chair, with your permission, I'm through. Na mimi naomba kazi niendelee. Haya.
Yeah. Nelson and Francis makofi. Mzee wa kazi, asante sana. He's very truthful. He's a truthful man. And therefore, we like him because he said as it is. Amesema ukweli kwamba moja, tulipe madeni. Tulipe runi zetu. Ya pili, the employers. I know like counties, we've been having challenges. Those who are employed by the county governments, pesa inakaa kama haijafi. We had a serious issue with KNH. I know the CEO was addressing, and a few other employers. Sometimes it's not easy to push an employer. Si ni kweli? But the board is working very hard because we have to have a very good relationship with the employer themselves. The Minister of Environment is doing very well. Thank you. And I'm sure now that we have got an authority here, for those who are employed by KMD, we got no problem. So, ladies and gentlemen, that is a report from the auditor, and he has said it very clearly. When you provision on loan losses because there are defaults, delinquency over 60 million, hiyo 60 million ingerudi kwenu, ndio dividends na rebates ifanye nini? Iende juu. We are aware that of course for the employed there was a lot of changes in your pay slips, and I said it earlier when there was a lot of levies, be it be housing, be it be SHA, be it be NSSF, and to some extent those who are just within the 1/3, when those deductions were inserted, actually because it's a requirement, lazima ukuwe na 1/3. So if it goes below the 1/3, the whole deduction of the loan inaruka. That is why some of these issues, especially from the former employees in the payslip. But the good thing is that we are on a recovery path. We are on a recovery path, and members have started, where they were falling below the 1/3, where they had defaulted some, those we are seeing some positive trend. So all is not lost. Is up to us. And when you are being followed as a guarantor, it is because that person you are afraid, whom you brought, whom you guaranteed, is not paying the loan. Today we are happy because even with the M-banking that we launched, you are able to track your loan, you are able to track those who have guaranteed. I think it's a collective responsibility for all of us if we want to have that growth. So I'll open this discussion for. Sorry. Yes, can somebody propose and second this for our discussion? Can I see a hand, even online? Namba ngapi? 1379, and I can see Mongera at the back. Membership 142. 146. Okay, thank you. So let's have some input, feedback, so that we can close on this agenda item. Is there any feedback? Mzee was very clear. I think all of us must take this responsibility. And I can see there's no question. Yes, please go ahead.
I am member number 6047. My question is, I could see the auditor saying that he's technical, but there is something. So, and you have been said that you are a truthful man. Is there any cause for alarm for the members? Because I can see you have said, Mr. Chairman, I'm very technical, but so please be truthful to the fullest. If there is any danger upon us, let us know, because you are all there. Thank you very much.
Yes, I think the auditor said truthfully that there's danger. And one of the danger is the loan default. And he was very clear on that. The other danger, the employers. And he may mention hapa, few of them. You don't want to name names here, because when you are dealing with the employers, these are our own also bosses, and they are part of the government. Those two key areas I think he has mentioned very clearly. Na hapo ndio tumesema sisi zote lazima tushikane tumalize hii shida. But unless the auditor want to say something else. Yes, Bwana Oduor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I started following the auditor last year. The old man is very simple and very clear. We can see what is eating our money is the loan delinquency that is bringing that provision. I'm not an accountant expert, but I could read. The elephant in the room is we loan defaulters, that we need to work on that. Thank you.
Very true. That is the elephant in the house. And that's why we said, we have even coined the slogan, kulipa madeni na kujitegemea na kudumisha shamba. So ladies and gentlemen, we come to the close of this part. And now we need to ask ourselves, we have already declared the dividends at 15%. Okay, kama uko na milioni moja yako ya share deposit, share capital, you can go home comfortably with 150,000. And we have also declared the rebates at a rate of 4.3%. So the question is, mnataka tufanye nini na hii pesa? Sometimes you can donate to the needy. You can decide to do a project. You can decide to buy a house, nyumba yenu hapa kona ndio mkuwe muko na nyumba. You can also decide to put it in your pocket, kujipongeza, unajitemea mate. So I need a proposer and a seconder, so that is also combined with the honoraria as put in the agenda item. Members, unataka nini? I need a proposer and a seconder, so you need to raise your hand. Useme vile mnataka. Yes. You need it in the pocket as soon as possible. Member number and the name? 1748. Name?
Peter Mudhusi.
Peter Mudhusi. Na propose tuiweke kwa mfuko. Is there anybody who is seconding that motion? Yes, there's a lady there.
Good afternoon, members.
Afternoon.
53 membership number yangu second.
53. She has seconded. The name?
Mary Wanjiko Geshia.
Mary Wajiko Geshia. So that is resolved unless somebody has got another option. And I think we close that chapter. Thank you. We can excuse the auditor. Amanda. Yes, immediately after this, we are going to do the pay slips because you also have to send it to you and be able also to organize such that we push the button as soon as possible.
The reason why I was saying is because we want to follow your footsteps by initiating the banking by starting with the dividends today, so that I can buy kanguo hapa nipelekee mtoto ushago.
Yes, we hear you very clearly. I know the CEO and his team will work out very efficiently so that we start using even the M-banking. So let me assure you through the team of the staff that it's going to be done as soon as possible. Thank you. Now I call upon the treasurer to give us the report on the budget proposals. Karibu, Bwana Treasurer.
Thank you, Chairman. I'll try to be as brief as possible in the interest of time, but without downplaying this particular presentation. It's yet to be projected, but you will notice something that has been introduced in this year's budget. In the second last column, we have the amended budget 2026. Reason being, as the chairman said, last year was the year of compliance. So we were able to reduce on some expenses. We were able to bring down a number of vote heads as far as expenditure is concerned. And so we realized that the actual 2025 can form a good basis for informing the budget for year 2027 and also for amending the previously presented budget. We've also looked at the actuals, as I have said. We have looked at current and projected financial market dynamics, and this has all informed what I'm going to present to you today. So the first item is interest from investments. The actual in year 2025 was 6.1 million. We had budgeted 5 million in 2025. We are proposing to amend this year's budget to 5.6 and retain the same for year 2027. On interest from fixed deposit, the actual in year 2025 was 23.4 million. The budget was 17 million. We are amending that to 24 million this year and 25 million next year, 2027. Reason being, the fixed deposits that we receive are reinvested. And now that members are not coming for loans, we have fixed quite some amount that is expected to generate as 24 million and 25 million next year. On other incomes, the actual for 2025 was 2.8. We had budgeted 3 million, and that's a figure that we are retaining. On interest from loans, the actual in year 2025 was 161 million. The budget was 176. This was not realized due to the shrinking loan book. So we have amended this to 166 million this year and 169 million next year. So the total income in the amended budget is 198.6 million for this year and 600,000 for next year. This is what we are projecting. And on the expenses, the actual was 21.6 million. The budgeted was 2025. A more realistic budget is as amended, 22 million, which we are retaining for year 2027. NSSF employer contribution, the actual was 590,000. The budgeted was 400,000, which was unrealistic. We are now amending that to 600,000 and maintaining the same for next year. Affordable housing employer contribution, the actual was 280,000. The budgeted was 300,000, and we are retaining that in the amended version and also next year. Gratuity, it was 3.3 actual last year. The budget was 3 million. Amended budget is 3.3 million for next year, 2027. Traveling expenses, this is an area where we have contained expenditure. The actual was 2 million. The budgeted amount for this year was 3.2, and we are bringing down this to 2.5 and maintaining the same for year 2027. On subsistence, again, this is an area we have contained expenditure. You notice that the actual was 1.6 last year. The budget was 4 million. The amended budget is 2 million, which we are maintaining for the year 2027. Board expense is another area we have contained. The budgeted for 2025 was 4 million. The actual was 3.1 million. In the amended budget, we are proposing 3.5 million, which we are maintaining in the year 2027. Depreciation, 1.3 million. The budget was 2 million. This year we are maintaining the same, but next year we propose to bring it down to 1.5. Audit services was 400. In the amended, it's 500,000, and we maintain this to next year. System audit services, there was no system audit that was carried out in 2025. We had budgeted 600,000. In the amended version, it's 500,000, which we are maintaining for next year. Interest on fixed deposit, the actual was 57 million. The budget was 58 million. A more realistic figure is 56 million, which we are proposing as an amended budget for this year. Proposed for next year, 54. This is due to the projected reduction in fixed deposit rates. Insurance, the actual was 8.5. The budget was 12 million for 2025. Amended is 9 million, and we are maintaining the same. Operation tax, 2.8 million, and then our budget was 3 million, and we are maintaining the same. Corporate social responsibility, actual was 205,000. 300,000 is what we had budgeted. We are proposing to retain that for this year, but next year 250,000. Members education, 1.4 million was the actual for last year. The budget was 2 million, and we are maintaining the same. On staff capacity building, the actual was 570,000. The budget was 600,000. In the amended budget this year, it's 700,000, which we are maintaining up to next year. On printing and stationery, 431 was the actual. The budget was 900,000. We are proposing an amendment of 500,000 this year and 600,000 next year. In the AGM, last year we spent a total of 5.6 million. We had budgeted for 7 million. In the amended budget for this year, it is 6 million, and we maintain the same for next year. Bank charges, 1.4 million. The budget for 2025 was 2 million. In the amended version, it's 1 million against 1 million maintained next year. Telephone and postage, 1 million. In the amended version, 900,000, which we maintain next year. Repairs and maintenance, 288,000 last year as the actual. The amended budget, 400,000 and 300,000 next year. Data and offsite backup, 462,000 was the actual. The budget was 800,000. In the amended budget, it's 600,000, maintained even next year. Ushirika Deliberations, 431,000 was the actual. The budgeted amount was 700,000. Amended budget for this year, 500,000, which we are maintaining for next year. For banking system, you will notice a change. The actual was 226,000. This was based on the former core banking system, FinSACO, where the annual maintenance contract fee was 226,000. Since last year, when we launched the new core banking system, we provided for 1.4 million. In the amended budget, we are maintaining the same. And in the proposed budget for next year, 1.4 million. Front office last year was 550,000. The budget was 1 million for this year, sorry, for 2025. Amended for 2026 is 1 million, and this is maintained to next year. If we move over to the income, sorry, this is still the expenditure on security. The actual was 595,000. The budget 600,000, which we are maintaining this year. 2027, there could be a wage increment. That's why we are providing 700,000. Office expenses, the actual was 1.1 million. The budget was 1 million, which we are retaining both for this year and next year. Provision for bad debts was 1.6 million. Budget 2025 was 1 million. 1.5 million this year. And then 1.5 million, we are maintaining that. License fees, actual was 375,000. Half a million was budgeted for 2025. In 2026, we are maintaining, but 2027, we propose 600,000. Legal fees actual was 529, budgeted amount 500,000. Then we retain 600,000 this year and next year. Fuel expenses, the actual was 116,000. We had budgeted for 500,000. This was an over provision. So we are budgeting for a more realistic figure of 150,000 both this year and next year. Apex bodies activities, 556,000 was the actual. Half a million was the budget for 2025. This year it's 600,000 and we are retaining the same next year. SASRA levy deposit, this is the amount that we pay in regard to the deposits that we have received. 1.7 was the actual. The budgeted amount 2 million, and this is retained both in 2026 and 2027. Consultancy, we spent 877,000. The budget was 1.5 million. So we are proposing an amended budget for this year of 1 million and retain the same for next year. In marketing, we spent 384,000. We had budgeted 1 million for year 2025, and we are proposing 1 million. This is an area where members have requested that we step out and market more. And even in year 2027, the same amount. Ministry remittance expenses, this is what the ministry charges us. 560,000 was the actual. The budget was 1 million. The budget for 2026 is 700,000. Next year, 600,000. On workshops and seminars, we spent 997,000. The budget for 2025 was 1.5 million. This year, the budget is 1 million. And then next year, the same. Amortization, 3.4 million. Budget was 1.9. And we are proposing this to be amended to 3 million this year, and then to remain 3 million next year. Digital services, 784,000. Then was the actual amount. The budget was 800,000, which we are proposing to retain. This gives us a total projected expenditure in the year 2026 of 134,950,000, and next year 132,600,000. If this is the expenditure, remember the income that we had projected, then we are expecting a profit of 63,650,000 in year 2026 and 70 million next year. All factors assumed constant. Then item 44 is a provision for loan loss. 45 is provision for receivables. Then the net profit is as indicated below. Net profit in 2026, 52 million, 650, and in year 2027, net profit projected to be 58 million. Expected rebates on members' deposits, we expect, if all things go as projected, 28 million is what we shall earn in year 2026, such a time as this next year. And then the year after will be 30 million. Then supply and loss is the last item I will read, projected to be 24.6 million in year 2026 and 28 million in year 2027. Back to you, Chairman.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Treasurer. That is an informed budget. Members, can we have a proposal and a secretary to be able to comment or give feedback? Can I see a hand? If there's anybody online, I can be alerted. Proposal, yes, boosted. Torof, 29. And here in front, 36, 31. Palale. Good. Is there any feedback The treasurer and the board has gone through this and given it the best thought. Yes, boosted. Give him the mic.
Chairman, maybe I'm talking too much. I should stop talking. I want to appreciate the budget from the treasurer. And one very good news is that he is trying to cut on the costs, and that rings a good bell in our heads. We want to encourage that if you can cut it even more, then we will feel good. Now, I just want to make an observation that sometimes it's also good that when we do budgets like this, next year when we come, the chairman is presenting a report, we get some feedback also from the reports. Like last year, I think we made some budgets for the marketing. It's good if we can also hear that in your report that out of the marketing that we did, we were able to recruit about 4 people from Juakali sector, or we recruited 1 person, so that we can also know that this budget we are working within the budgetary limits. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you, Boosted. It's true. The figures are known, and we have them. We've been able to really. What is the actual figure for the ones that the new members that we recruited? 100? 103. So that was a good effort. And we are not saying that we are done very well, but at least we can do better. And we'll also be putting it in the reports for you to see the effort. So I see no other hand, and therefore we have adopted this budget. Thank you very much. The next agenda item is a consideration of the auditor for the financial year 2026. For your information, this mzee now, Nelson and Francis, has audited, this is the second year. So as per the SASRA guidelines, you cannot audit more than 3 years. So amebakisha ngapi? Moja. Na sio lazima, you can also change. So with that information, you can be able to guide the board how you'd want to proceed for this auditor for the year 2026. I can see a hand from Adol, and then this. Adol?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I said before that the old man, the way he was explaining his item and the figures, we could follow him. And I therefore propose that let us give him the last year. Amen?
That's a proposal. Yes, Samuel?
Yeah, also based on the fact that he has only 1 year for the term to expire, I agree that we add him that 1 year.
So you have seconded, and you
Yeah.
have their membership numbers. Thank you. That agenda is done. As we go to the next agenda item, I really want to, first of all, thank all the members, because I think after this, we can clear if there's any business, because after the election, I don't think we are coming back here. Si ni kweli? So maybe I can start as I stretch. Solomon Mirondo, some of you who knows Solomon Mirondo, again, he relinquished his position, and that's how some of the Gen Zs that time, they were Gen Zs that time, they came on board. I know them. And therefore, today, I also want to thank our treasurer, because again, he feels now he can give this position to somebody else. So, and I think there's a trade. So when it also come to my turn, sitakuwa namna hiyo tu, so that we also allow people to, and many others. And I think that's a good trade. So he has served us with a lot of dedication and with a lot of harmonies. Even when he is still at the very high positions, he has actually done a lot of honor. And I want to thank him very much. Edward is one person who will always make you feel that you are bigger than him. Yet he is also very big, even in size. You know, size yake ni kubwa. But he always
I am ready to exit the stage. And mine is just to urge you members, support this team, because Wana-Anga is indeed the rising star. Through your support and through your investment, this rising star can only fly higher and shine brighter. These are the words that I leave you with. I will remain a faithful member of Wana-Anga. Now I'll be on this other side. I'll be working with Mukolo now. I will be an ordinary member, but that's with a light touch. I'll still remain the patron as long as I am in that office. So thank you so much, and may the Lord richly bless you.
Amen. Thank you. Thank you. There is a senior Mukoro, not this Mukoro. There is a former director of KMD. Thank you. Thank you very much, Edward. So now it's my honor and pleasure to invite our returning officer, Madam Florence from the ministry. Karibu sana, Madam, and take the floor on this agenda.
Good afternoon. Allow me to ride on all the protocols as has been established by the board. My name is Florence Akinyi from the Department of Cooperative, Nairobi City County and Langata Sub-County, where you are domiciled. A good dancer knows when to exit the floor. Mr. Murioki, I believe you have mentored so many people individually and as a corporate, and you must be happy wherever you are that people will take in your steps. From the chairman's report on the Gen Zs, those are people who are closest to my heart. Is it possible to incorporate the young people into the savings culture? Your parents, these are your sons and daughters. They have gone to the colleges. Hakuna kazi. They have a lot of energy. Where do you expect them to take that energy? They'll go to the streets. So if we bring them on board, at the training level, we give them a chance to give us the ideas on the products they would love to be brought on board. Then we walk along with them. Collaterals, you will get into your policies again so that you include it in your credit policy if you don't have it. For the issues of fraud, remember with the data, you have your data policy, and the chairman talked of in terms of being dominant. After how many months you are declared dominant? 6 months. So can you review your policies on data retention policy? Just the same way the banks do. When you reach a certain number of months without being active, we clear you from our books because such dormant accounts are so tempting. Then finally, in case we are compromised, because we are meant to understand that in every 6 to 9 seconds, our accounts for the circle are being tested by a third party. There's a lot of fraud. So what we can do, we are not angels. Sometimes we can be compromised. So think of coming up with the data management and recovery plan in case such a thing happens. It's happening in so many circles, and it's one of the cases we are solving almost on daily basis. So thank you so much. As I take to the elections, there was a vetting policy that went through eligibility criteria for the new applicants. That vetting was done for the purpose of good corporate governance, which entails the public policy, national values and ethics. Kama mnaelewa maneno ya chapter 6 of the Kenyan Constitution, article 73. Mambo na leadership and integrity. It was chaired by a sub-county, who was the chair, and the CEO as an ex-officio member without a vote, but came in on technical matters and professional advice. Alongside other members, Mr. Joseph Mboji. Okay. We have Cosmas Kioko, Madam Winfred B. So I'd love to call the committee for vetting. Just come forward in a few seconds, guided by Madam B, to give them a report to the Supreme Authority. The names they are going to hand over today were cleared for ratification by the members.
Yeah, thank you, everyone. All protocol observed. Here is a team of vetting committee, which you've been informed of our names and actually our role up to now. So we received applications from 4 directors. Some were existing and 2 were from the membership. Namely, the first one is Peter Olo Ouma, Lilian Nyokabi Wanyiri, Oundo Amua Kizito, and Nancy Kamau. And for the supervisory committee, we had Henry Sese. So those are the applicants who applied for the positions that I've mentioned. Thank you.
Members of the committee, can you confirm that is the true position? Unless you have a contrary impression. Thank you so much. You can just take your seats. So we had two retiring in the board and one in the supervisory. So in the board of directors, we had Mr. Peter Law. Just come forward, sir. We had Madam Lilian Nyukabi Wanyeri. Kindly avail the mic, the mobile mic. Supervisory, we had Mr. Henry Sese. Just come forward. Allow me to give you a few seconds, starting with Mr. Peter. Engage with your members.
Good afternoon, members, both physically and online. Mimi naitwa Olo Peter Uma. I've served you in the last 3 years since 2023, and I'm humbling myself before you that you give me another chance. I don't want to speak what I've done, but I can promise and confirm to you that I'll still deliver the way I believe I've delivered in the last 3 years. I'm still energetic, and I humbly request for your votes. Thank you.
Okay. Madam Lilian.
Yes, habari yenu wote. Mi naitwa Lilian Wanyere. Mlinipea kazi miaka 3 iliyopita. Kusema ukweli, na najua mmeshuhudia kazi imeendelea vizuri. Kwa hivyo naomba mnipe miaka ingine 3 tuendelee kufanya kazi pamoja. Asante.
Thank you. The Mr. Sese from Supervisory.
Good afternoon, members. I'm very humbled. You gave me a chance to serve you for the last 3 years. I humbly requested that you give me 3 more years to serve you. Thank you.
Thank you. So those were the candidates who are retiring, but they have made it clear that they're defending their seats. They're seeking a fresh mandate, subject to your ratification. So allow me to declare these positions vacant as we now face election. First of all, I want us to justify their candidature by getting a proposer and a seconder, as I also call the new applicants, that is Mr. Oundo Amwakizito. Kindly come forward. The Gen Zs in the room. Nancy Kamau. Give Mr. Oundo a mic.
Yes, good afternoon, members.
Good afternoon.
My name is Kizito. I'm Oundo, a member of Wana-Anga since
Oh. Yeah.
Second, yes, madam. And second, Nancy Kamau. Raise your hand. Proposer. Yes. Samuel Odhiambo. Second. Chief opponent. Second. Yes, madam. Bien Macharia, 21. Modi ya uchaguzi ile mnataka ni gani? Electronic. Isn't it? Kwa sababu wengine wako online. Sasa lazima ikuwe tu electronic, si ndio? Proposal. Yes. Meeting part one. Okay. Second. Area Butiano, access to the 8. Si sasa tawalau. Watu ya system, kama system iko imara, kujeni mu take through how members are supposed to work. Then we shall agree the time to stop. Ili tuwapate nafasi ya kupiga kura. Good afternoon, members. We are going to vote electronically using USSD. And the code has already been shared on your phone, but I can read it out. So the code we are going to use for USSD is *377 *105 hash. So you just dial that code *377 *105 hash. We have not opened yet, okay? But you can test it. So once you dial that code, you'll get an option to vote the candidates of your choice based on the election rules. And at the very last point, you have to enter a letter C to cast your vote. And once you cast your vote, yes, so once you dial that code, you'll get a list of the candidates running for this election. They'll be arranged in a manner so that you'll be allowed to enter a numeric number corresponding to the candidate of your choice. So whether it's 1, 2, 3, 4, you'll see it on the screen. So you can vote up to 3. And at the very last stage, you'll be asked to enter C to cast your vote. Once you cast your vote, you'll get a report of how you voted. You can only vote once. So once you cast your vote using the USSD system, you will not be able to cast your vote again. You'll be able to stream the results live as the voting is taking place. Hope that is clear. Siende kwanza, inahitajika airtime kwa simu ama hata free tu. Inahitaji airtime. And you know that, eh? Good. Explain please how it works again.
Yes, there's a bit of airtime. I think 10 shillings should cover it, or even less. So just ensure that you have just a bit of airtime on your phone. Yeah. So if not, you can recharge and then just dial the code again. We should be able to go.
Kama mko tayari, then tuseme tusa stop saa ngapi? Tuna open saa ngapi IT? Ndio tukubaliane. Mnataka how many minutes? 10 minutes. Lakini ikifika wakati huo kama wengine bado wana struggle because ni ICT can still agree to add, isn't it? So 10, so those online. So 10 minutes. 15 ama 10? 15. 15. 15. Watu wanasema 15 so that they can be allowed enough time to hata kununua airtime. Ni 15 ama 10 wakati imefunguliwa officially. So bado haijafunguliwa. So mnasema 10 ama 15? 15. Members, 15 minutes, isn't it? Proposal? Bismillah. And second, 14:21 of the another code. 15 minutes. All those who are supporting 15 minutes. 15 minutes. Wekeni mkono chini. Wengine mnasema 10. 10. Proposal 10. Your name? 1701. Your name? Francis Fanyako. Second. 25/7. Sasa tukiangalia hapa wengi wanataka tena mvutini. Hebu nione mikono ya tena. Sasa tunafanya time, lakini kama kuna wengine ambao watakuwa na struggle tunafungua saa ngapi? Hey, please. Automatic elections. Okay, good question. It's an electronic mode of election. Agents are not supposed to interfere with the election, but what's going on. So that's where everything is happening. So agents, if you can be able to just to move closer, but only for the purpose of kama kuna any concern. Then hapo agents ni wangapi hapa? Agents kuna Vincent Adual, iko wapi Vincent? Iko David Aoko. Huko. Evans Lisio. Na bosi
tunaona kwa kuna jina zetu.
Sawa. So kaeni karibu na Sabo. Muone vile operate. Riki, tunaanza saa ngapi? Now is what time hapo? Tunaanza 2:35 alafu tuta stop 2:45. Sawa. Tuanze sasa. Wamesema wata project. Wa project the code. Project. Do you? 377 105 star 377 star 105 hash.
$851 4462 1568. What is the issue?
Some clarification to be made. So, I think most of the members are now voting well. Just some clarifications to make. On the screen, you'll get 3 chances to vote. You enter the numeric number, that number that corresponds to the candidate of your choice. Okay, don't put 2 numbers. Put 1 number, next screen work at the other number, the next screen work at the other number. Then you'll be asked to confirm. C. Once you confirm, the vote goes to the server. Okay.
Ana login, tuna project.
That's why I was saying these are not your spot.
ICT, kuna member anahitaji usaidizi hapo? Iko nywe ama iko na maneno? Iko na ni nywe. I can see a hand there. You need some help? Airtel. ICT, someone needs some help pale? Pale, yes.
Siko sawa. Sijui kama ni bado za fadhi zimeisha hapo.
Hata utaona tuko sikia pia nataka.
Nimechukua na yangu. Buni ndogo. By the way, and it's just been going on so well, and then one last.
Yeah.
So yeah.
ICTC members walisema waone vile inachiko.
That's why you are here.
Agents, request.
Yeah.
Agents atuoni hapa screen.
Login. It's logging in.
Sorry. No, you can project that.
Fadi.
Agents wako pale.
4. Number 4.
Members want to see how, yes. Imefika saa 8:45. So tuongeze dakika kidogo kama 5 hivi. 5 eh? Haya, tutastop at 50.
Wale wako qualified walipata SMS ya qualified, si kila mtu wachana na we've got almost 500 sasa kama hautaipata wote watasema nini, na anajua reason haja qualify na ataandika hapo.
Haya, sasa tumefika. Candidates wako wapi? Wako hapa? Haya, now please ICT you can stop. You can close the phones. Ama bado iko mtu anasaidiwa? Bado kuna mtu anasaidiwa? Close. We can announce now. Haya, members to announce results.
Nancy Kamau, 337 votes. Makofi. Lilian Yokabi Wanyiri, 402 votes. Oundo Amua Kizito, 411 votes. No, Peter Ouma, 407 votes. Kwa hivyo wale mmechagua kuingia kwa board ni Lilian Yokabi Wanyiri, Oundo Amua Kizito na Oloo Peter Ouma. Haya, dakika moja tu wale ambao wamechaguliwa kuja kusema asante. Tunaanza na Oundo. Oundo ako wapi? Oundo ameenda. Oundo kuja useme asante.
Honorable members, I'm lost of the speech, but I want to thank you for this opportunity, for believing in me, for voting for me, and I want to promise you I'll not let you down. And those who have worked with me, they know that I mean business. I tell you, I promise you, I mean business for you. Thank you so much. Mr. Ndisio.
Kuja iko form 34B hapa usiende. Leo inafaa msaini, kuja usaini. Agent anasaini kwanza ndio wewe kama unasaini. Sio ile alikuwa kwenye gari. Haya, tupate Lilian, kuja na agent wako. Agent wako na? Yes.
Good afternoon, members. Thank you very much for your support and trust. Thank you for giving me another opportunity to serve. We shall not disappoint. Thank you very much.
Hello. Agent wako. Then Nancy, you come, of course, you are leader. You have to say something to the agent. Members, oi! Members, oi! The father of M-Banking, the father of Wana-Anga, the father of share trading. This is Peter Oloo. I'm very humble that we are in the M-Banking, and we didn't do it alone. You know, Ricky was very keen this and all of us. But I'm very happy that we are going to oversee that so that the member experience and convenience is going to be very, very convenient. For me, it's just to say thank you. I'll not disappoint. I did my best in the last 3 years. And with God's support, God's help, I think I can do it. Asanteni sana na Mungu atubariki. Nancy and your agents.
Good afternoon, members. Again, this is Nancy Kamau. I accept defeat, but I thank God because where I am, because I know I've gotten enough votes, being the first time. And I believe I'm a leader and there's always a next time. Asanteni na mbarikiwe.
Haya, nami kama returning officer nataka kusema asante sana for free, fair, verifiable elections. Tuhitaji kufungua saba, maana kila mtu ameridhika. Si kweli? Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, our SECO and all the members. It has been very smooth. We thank God and congratulations to the new team. Kizito wako wapi? Kizito kuja kwa ndei. Now you should be on this side. Yeah. Congratulations. Yes, you can see the Gen Zs wameanza kuongezeka. Wazee tunaanza kwenda nyumbani. So, and thank you. Also, the one that of loss, I really like that that acceptance. That is the spirit. Kushindana sio vita. Next time, always there is always an opportunity, and therefore we thank you for the maturity that have members. Even the during campaign, I saw it was very smooth, and even today's meeting was very nice. So the vetting committee, somebody asked how do we get the vetting committee, except the SECO and the office, the two guys, the Kyoko, you can see Kyoko there, just raise your hand, and the Goji. These guys, one of the criteria is that you must have patronized in a circle, having a lot of confidence. That means you have invested in a circle with at least 1 million and above as your chairman. Okay? And therefore, the two qualified, we always look at the balancing, the regional balancing, so that we don't put on one side. That's why you have this time you have Kyoko and you have got Boji. Last year it was a different. Every year we keep on changing them so that we can have as many of you participating in the vetting committee. So please ensure that you have good standing, you have invested in the circle, and we always have that list and ensure that we get the right persons. So again, congratulations for that team. I know sometimes it can be difficult, but through the share of the vetting, I know your work has been very excellent for all the years that actually you have done for it. So thank you, Mr. Hilary, for that. We look forward to working with you and the team that you are. Yeah.
The team gets dissolved immediately they finish their work, so that now we go for the next year we nominate another team to be able to do that. I think now we just have the closing prayer, unless we had already cleared with the AOB. Yes, who said? Yes, yeah. Thank you, thank you. I think that's a valid concern. That's why we have made it online voting, wherever you are, whether you're in abroad or wherever you are. So when you receive this code, you are supposed to vote. We do more sensitization, and maybe in future virus amendments, we may look for process whereby you can be able to enforce it. So with that, we request we get final prayers from new members so that we close. Yes, madam. Afternoon. Yes. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you.
Na hawajajua sheria za kuvote, yule anafaa kuvote. So ni vizuri kila mwaka muwe mnakumbusha watu, because kuna wale tuna introduce like our sons and daughters. Sasa msipokumbusha, na majority of them they are online, hawatajua who is supposed to vote. Like sasa kuna zile sheria mmeweka za yule mtu anafaa kuvote, ako na shares, capital shares imeisha, amemaliza capital shares, amefikisha 25,000. Wengine hawajui hizo sheria, so ni vizuri muwe mnaelimisha watu anoto wakati wa muwe mnaita education. Ndio sasa hawa Gen Z wawe wanaingia na wanajua sheria za sako vizuri, because wakati una introduce toto ama una introduce neighbor hapo, hadi vizuri ni sheria gani anafaa atumie, because that booklet and that statement is too long kusoma na aielewe. So ni vizuri maombi yangu tunakumbusha watu every year. Ndio sasa wao wanajua, wako huko nje lakini wanasema me I try to vote na sikuweza. Kwa nini? Maybe the capital shares are not enough.
Asante sana Wajiko. We take note of that. Last year we had an education. It was actually hybrid. We also went ahead and also tukatengeneza kitu inaitwa webinar, trying to educate the members what SACCO matters entail. I know we can do better. Na hata sisi wazazi na the older members who understand can also help us also to reach those levels. But we are going to do our best. We are going to increase it. I know I have got the vice chair who has been doing very well in education. So you take it up, please. That's a request from the members. It becomes an honor. Asante sana. I thought you are also doing the prayer, final prayers for Chico. Or somebody else. You had the floor. Anybody else? Yes, Nancy, please. Tusimame.
Our dear Heavenly Father, we come before your presence this afternoon with thanksgiving in our hearts. Thank you, Lord, because we invited you in the morning. We asked you, Lord, that you have with us. We have seen you in the meeting. Thank you for each and everything that has happened, Lord Father. Our Father and our God, we want to thank you for this sample. We want to pray that, Lord, we will continue raising it higher and higher, and we also pray that, Father, by the end of next year, when we shall be having another AGM. And Father, we shall have so many members joining us. Thank you, King of Glory, and for the elections. We thank you for everything that has happened. Thank you for the leaders that have been elected, that Lord, may you walk the journey with them, so that Lord, they may serve us in the right way. Thank you, Lord, as we depart, going back to our homes, and some of us going back to work. Lord, may you go with us and may you be with us. Our members who did not come and are online, we also remember them and bless them in the mighty name of Jesus. This is our prayer. We pray and believe in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit.
Amen.